Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first of our 2 days of budget presentations delivered today to Committee of the Whole. I welcome all of staff, administrative staff in the room this morning. I welcome all of our councillors. We're short one. We understand that Deputy Mayor Melnick is on his way, but we will begin as close to our scheduled time as possible. And welcome Councillor Roger, who is joining us on our Zoom platform. And welcome to those members of the public who are also watching on our Zoom platform this morning, and to those who will watch later on our YouTube channel. I will call this Committee of the Whole meeting to order for November 25th. It is now 9:03 a.m. Councillors, you have today's proposed agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or other changes to be made to the agenda? There are not, it's not on the agenda, but I would ask for a motion that we approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Hall, thank you. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. We will begin today's session with an introduction from CAO Gibbon. So I will turn it over to him now. Please proceed, Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks very much, Mayor Ireland and Council. Good morning. We're looking forward to a couple of fun and exciting days. That might be a bit of an overstatement, but interesting anyways. Certainly appreciate Councillor Roger doing this from a different time zone and the commitment that he's showing to be online. So we'll try to be as concise as possible for all of you, while also covering some of a bit of an overview to start the day of how the municipal budget works and how our presentation will be structured. Appreciating that we have some new members of council, so we will not try to draw that out, but provide some additional context to the budget. This is council's budget. It is an opportunity for you to ask any questions that you think are pertinent that would enable you to make good decisions. And so as we go through, by all means, through the chair, feel free to pause administration if we're getting on a roll and not leaving a moment for you to get a word in edgewise. Please don't hesitate to stop us. We want to make sure the council has the ability to ask the questions that you need to ask. The entire management team is going to be with us. The directors will be with us for today and tomorrow. And so we should have the answer in the room. If we don't, it's certainly something that we can find out and get back to you in most cases. So Mayor Ireland, as we go through, we'll provide, as I said, a little bit of an overview of the structure of the budget. Just make sure that I'm set. There we go. So we'll give you a little bit of an overview of the process, how the budget fits into the overall operation of the municipality and council strategic planning. We'll look at some of the factors, both globally and locally, that impact the municipality's budget. And then we're going to give you an overview of the budget itself before we get into departmental presentations. So before I go any further, any questions, comments around the structure of the presentation to start? It's just the opening slide. So okay, looks like everybody's ready to go. Okay. So in terms of the budget process, we're here today in Committee of the Whole. So council, we are going to ask council to give some clear direction to administration. And Mayor Ireland brought something to my attention this morning. We have a list of recommended motions, and you'll see those through each section of the presentation, where as they were written, it says that committee approved. To be really clear, Committee of the Whole can't approve anything. Only council can approve. So I think in consultation with Mayor Ireland, the suggestion is that it should be committee accept. So we'll be asking you as we go through the budget for committee to accept a presentation or the committee amend something. Okay, so the idea here is that we do need some direction from committee about whether you're satisfied with what's been presented to you or whether you want to see something amended. Okay, but to be clear, any decisions today or things that look like decisions aren't final until the committee has recommended budget package to council, and then it's actually council that approves the budget. Okay. We will ask at the end of the process, whenever that might be, for a motion for committee to recommend that council approve the operating budget, and a separate motion for committee to recommend council approve the capital budget. Okay, and appreciating that you'll get a chance to make amendments. So whenever we get through the committee of the whole today and tomorrow, administration will take some time to consolidate any amendments that council might choose to make in committee of the whole. We have a little bit of space to do that. We would recalculate the budget, reformat into a finalized document, and ideally, we would be in a position to bring that forward to council to consider for approval. And again, I say consider, we're not presupposing anything, but ideally we'd bring that forward to the regular council meeting of December 16th. So again, today, committee is giving direction to administration, but ultimately the budget doesn't get approved until council considers it and council chooses whether to approve it or not. Everybody's comfortable with that? Then I think it's important also to look at where the budget fits into the municipality's regular business planning cycle. This year is a little bit of a different year, obviously, given the fact that we had a municipal election. But it's a pretty typical circular process where we go through iterations over both the course of a council term, the 4 years, as well as within the course of a single year. But it really starts with the refinement of council's strategic objectives. And then we'll move on to the adoption of council's strategic plan. Obviously, because of the election, the strategic objectives and the strategic plan that influenced this budget really came from the last council. And this is just a feature of local government. The Municipal Government Act requires municipalities to approve multi-year budgets. And so in a situation where you have to overlap through the course of an election, there's that bit of awkwardness. Council will have the opportunity, this council will have the opportunity to review the strategic objectives, define them for yourselves, and adopt a strategic plan. Administration is, I think council knows, is working with you on booking that for in the early new year in February. And so that's where you would set your priorities that would influence all the other steps in this cycle. Okay? But for now, those steps have happened. And they would normally lead into administration developing targets and success indicators, implementing the plans and projects. Of course, council, administration, and the community are regularly evaluating how well the municipality is doing. And then typically in the late spring, departments begin to develop their operating budgets, which are then brought to finance and administration, who consolidate them into a whole. And then we get into budget presentations. So this is where we are now. We're at review and approval of budget. Again, appreciating that approval is at the end, but right now we're in the review stage. This happens at the end of the year, and then we move in again through that cycle of assessing the situation in the early new year, council deciding whether any refinements are required for strategic objectives, and then the cycle starts over again. So again, appreciating that council is sort of coming in partway through, but that regular cycle really provides administration the guidance that we need in order to understand what your priorities are, so that they can be built into the individual department and service areas operating plans, which end up driving the budget that gets presented to you today. In terms of the structure of the presentation and the level of documents that you see, I've used this analogy before, and I think I shared it verbally with some of you, but municipal budgeting can really be seen as having multiple levels of detail, with the smallest, most granular level of detail can be wrapped up inside of another level of detail, and so on and so on and so on. The highest level of detail that would give you the broadest information about the municipality and the municipality's financial situation is what we call the net tax envelope. At this level, you can see year-over-year changes in revenue and expense by individual departments and for the organization as a whole. You can see year-over-year requisitions to others. You can also see the total net tax requirement. So how much net property taxes does the organization need in order to run municipal operations? Okay, so this is a pretty high level of detail. Council's seen this in your package. The community is probably familiar with it. This is what the net tax envelope level of detail looks like. And again, you can see that you can tell what year-over-year change looks like by different department areas where things are going up and down, but you can appreciate that this is a pretty high level of detail. The next level of detail is the departmental budget. So this is going down, you know, sort of zooming in a little bit to get a little bit more detail. At this level, you can see different service areas or branches, kind of use those two terms interchangeably, but meaning the same thing. The different functions that are within the department. And again, you can compare revenue and expense, and you can see the net surplus or deficit of a particular area. So if something is in a net surplus, that means that it is bringing in more money than it costs to operate. If it's in a net deficit, that means that it's requiring property taxes to support that function. So this is what a departmental budget looks like. And so here we pulled out the urban design and standards one as an example. And you can see within urban design and standards, there is the main part of the department, and there are the department can be broken apart into three different areas. There's urban design and standards, housing, and energy management. So those are the three different branches or service areas within urban design and standards. And so this gives you a little, you know, it's taking that big urban design and standards line from the net tax envelope level of detail and breaks it down and provides a little bit more information. You can see here that this net surplus deficit line at the bottom, so this is the total here of totaling these different portions, these different branches, and how much tax support they require. It totals up to here. And you can see that that actually matches this line on the net tax envelope. So 181,833 right there. Go down, you can see that that same 181,833 is there. So you can see how they connect. So going even down further, the next level of detail is the service profile. These would be profiles built on individual service areas or branches, again, using those terms interchangeably, where each service area would have an individual page that would provide an overview of programs and services, some staffing overviews, identify its different sources of revenue, look at expenses by object, and look at the net surplus or deficit for that particular branch. It looks like this, and we have provided these in the past. Due to capacity constraints through this budget cycle, supporting both the election and recovery, administration hasn't gone through to produce this level of detail for presentation this time around. We have, though, been appreciating in past years that the question about expense by object type provides some meaningful information about the organization. We do have that at the department. So rather than having, and we'll just pause there, revenue expense by object type says how much does this function require in terms of salaries, benefits, contracted services, and so on. So again, rather than doing it on a service area by service area basis, we've done it at the departmental based level, so one level up. But again, providing council some additional way to look at the municipality's expenditures and revenues. There is even one more level of detail inside there that we could go down to. This is the operational detail. And at this level, you can see, you can see the very specific general ledger codes and line by line revenue and expense details and line by line information for individual functions of the municipality. This gets highly detailed. So if you wanted to see exactly how much postage, the wildflowers, childcare service area, required, this would be the level of detail. Administration and managers use this to plan their budgets. This is the level of detail that they work at in the spring, well, throughout the course of the year, but then also in the spring to build their budget, which then gets rolled up successively into those larger units. So for the presentation today, we're going to be focusing at that departmental level of budget. Again, we hope that strikes the right balance between providing something that is accessible for the public and council, while also giving council enough level of detail. We've tried to incorporate some other elements like the expense and revenue by object to give council a little bit of a different way of looking at things. In future years, if there's a desire to have a different level of detail, then certainly council can give us that direction. But for the presentations today, we're going to be working at that departmental level of detail. Marilyn, maybe I'll just take a little pause there and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. Are there questions from councillors? I thought in the absence of any hands, I nevertheless thought that it might be useful here just to reinforce that despite any recommendations that may come from committee of the whole today, the budget, of course, is not approved and debate does not terminate today. A recommendation allows the budget to move forward in a timely fashion, and it provides administration, as CAO Given said, with some guidance, potentially to return with further calculations as directed by council, but no recommendation today binds either council or any councillor from bringing forward other motions to amend at any time prior to the final approval of the budget. Similarly, the public has an interest in our budget, and this will come back at some point to a regular council meeting. It will be an agenda item, and as we always do, there will be an opportunity for delegations, and if any members of the public wish to speak to any matter on the agenda, which most surely will be approval of the final budget, the public will still have an opportunity to speak. So it is important, as Mr. Given indicated, that we advance this matter in some fashion and move forward. But today is not the end of the discussion, so bear that in mind. And I appreciate the opening part of the introduction, Mr. Given. I sense that it's not quite done, so I will turn it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor Ireland. So we'll move in next to look at some of the factors that the municipality needs to account for in planning the municipal budget. And really want to give a lot of thanks to our finance and admin team who look at a lot of these global factors and give the rest of the organization some direction and guidance on what we should be planning for. But as council can appreciate, the municipality's financial operations don't exist in a vacuum. We operate in a community that has its own economic ups and downs. We also operate in the global economy, and factors that happen in places far removed from Jasper do have an impact on municipal finances. Obviously, council can appreciate there's a significant amount of uncertainty in the global economy. I don't think any of us have been able to escape the discussion around trade and tariffs and the impacts that they're having on the cost of goods. We expect that this is going to continue through 2026 and ultimately will cause inflationary pressures. So if things are going to cost more, as they are for households, they're going to cost more for the municipality. I'll talk a little bit more about the difference between municipal finances and household finances in a second. The other macro trend is that economic growth is expected to remain below sort of past trends through 2026. We've heard the federal government make some changes to immigration, which means that population growth will slow. Alberta has seen really significant population growth, and that might even seem to be going a little bit against the national trend. And so it's a bit of a mixed picture there. If we have high growth across the province. Obviously, that means that people are building homes in Edmonton and Calgary and wherever else. And that means that there's higher demand for trades and services. And that causes things to get more expensive. Increased demand for anything, any kind of service, usually means that the price for that goes up. So Alberta's rapid growth over the last couple of years is a factor that Jasper needs to consider, and obviously closer to home, the reconstruction of properties, are starting to feel that. The Bank of Canada expects interest rates to stabilize near neutral levels. And when they say neutral levels, I think the Bank of Canada shoots for about a 2%, 2.5% inflationary number. And interest rates are expected to be somewhere in that range through 2026. Unemployment is expected to remain elevated in 2026. But it will be interesting to see how the competing constraints, how the constraints on immigration and intentionally slowing population growth at the national level impacts unemployment. I think the idea is that with less people coming into Canada, then there'd be more opportunity for Canadians to have different kinds of jobs. I think it's an open question of whether or not Canadians want all of the jobs that had been filled by people that have been coming into Canada. But these are trends that are impacting both Canada as a whole, but certainly we see them flow down to Jasper, which has a high degree of reliance on temporary foreign workers and other guest workers that are coming to the country. And then finally, inflationary pressures, again, something we can't really escape. I think if you're living out in the wider world, you've heard lots of discussion and speculation about where inflation is going to go. Most often, when you're hearing discussion about inflation at the national level, they're most often talking about CPI or Consumer Price Index. So that's the one that you'll hear on the news. That's expected to be in that 2 to 2.5% inflationary zone for 2026. And that's going to continue to drive pressure on municipal operating costs. But there is an important distinction between municipal operating costs and the inflation that we see on the types of goods that the municipality uses compared to the types of goods that are used in households. So these two images represent the basket of goods that are used to calculate the CPI on the left-hand side of the screen, and the basket of goods that municipalities typically use. So we can appreciate that households have a shelter cost is usually the largest cost in your home and in your family's expenses. The cost of having somewhere to live, followed by the cost of food, and then things like clothing and footwear, health and personal care. That basket of goods are what is used by economists to make predictions about inflation. So when they say we expect that on average, we'll probably see 2 to 2.5% inflation in CPI, they're talking about the things on the left-hand image will probably increase in that 2 to 2.5%. Municipalities operations require a different basket of goods. Our largest expense is salary and benefits. I mean, we are a people-powered operation. We have people on the front lines who are providing municipal services of all different kinds. So salaries and benefits are influenced by other factors that we'll talk about more later on. Obviously, the municipality contracts out for specialized services, and then supplies and materials to do our work. And then obviously capital, construction and infrastructure. So whether it's the cost of asphalt for filling potholes or the cost of HVAC units, heating and ventilation units that are required for a facility renewal, those are the types of things that households don't buy at all or as often. You might replace your furnace once. For the time that you live in a house, the municipality has furnaces or HVAC units on lots of different facilities at lots of varying stages and ages, and they're impacted probably much more acutely by things like tariffs and international trade, because a lot of these things are imported. Municipalities find that the MPI is typically 1 to 3% higher than CPI. So CPI is if it's forecasted at 2 to 2.5% nationally for households, that might indicate a municipal pricing index increase in the range of 3 to 5.5%. So again, just important that council and the public understand that when we hear the discussion about inflation in the media, they're discussing household inflation, and the municipality buys different things than households. And the things that the municipality buys move at a different rate of inflation is what is typically seen. Then we come to some of the local factors impacting the municipal budget and municipal property taxes. First would be increases in requisitions to others. The ASFF is the Alberta School Boards Foundation. So basically provincial property tax used to fund the education system, and then evergreens. Both of these are forecast to be increasing in 2026. The provincial government has been pretty steadily increasing their provincial property tax for schools, and that's not something that the municipality has any control over. That decision is made by the province. The municipality is obligated to put that number on people's property tax bill, collect that money, and remit it to the province. And the same for the Evergreens Foundation. The municipality is a partner in that organization, and they have the authority to set their budget with the input of the Jasper council members that are on the board of Evergreens Foundation. They set their budget, determine what they need to operate Evergreens across the region. And a portion of that is paid by Jasper taxpayers, and the bill comes to the municipality. The Finance Administration Department puts that on people's property tax bills, collects the money, and sends it over to Evergreens. Both of those are forecasted increase in 2026. I mentioned before about the amount of the municipality's finances that are focused on salary and benefits. The municipality has a union. We have an agreement with the QP, and we have negotiated settlements with them over multiple years. In 2024, the QB agreement saw a 2.5% increase. In 2025, it was 2.5%, and in 2026, the negotiated increase is 3.5% to unionized salaries in the organization. So that is a constraint that we have that is already baked in before there are any service level changes. That negotiated agreement spells that out for us. 2026 is a negotiating year where the municipality management on behalf of council and municipality will engage with the union to come up with the next multi-year agreement on what wages would look like. So that's a regular part of the process for municipal organizations. But that is a change that's baked in before we do anything else. And then on the non-union side or out of scope side, administration has accounted for roughly equivalent 3.5%, which is due to council policy. In part, council policy has established that the municipality at the midpoint of the year reviews CPI and makes an adjustment to the non-union salaries based on what CPI has been through the start of the year. So in the middle of the year, administration looks and says CPI has been 2% or 2.5% or whatever the number is, and that adjustment is applied to non-union salaries. And the municipality has a wage grid, so a table that says if you're on this band of the grid, this row, here's how you would progress through different salary levels over time. And so we expect that employees will progress through those salary levels over time. And so we have those two factors, the overall CPI adjustment that would likely be made in 2026 to the grid, and then people progressing through the grid in regular increments. And we need to account for those. So those are essentially forecast into the base budget. We also have some increases to debenture payments. The final borrowing for the recreation facilities renovation project was taken in 2025. That means those payments will come on stream. There's $223,000 in additional mortgage payments, if we want to say that, or debt repayments for that renovation. That is not negotiable. It's an underlying cost that is starting to come on stream in 2026. We also are forecasting increase to contracted services, materials, goods and supplies of about $196,000. We're planning for transfer to reserves of $230,000. And so those are all underlying factors that really don't have any direct impact on new or enhanced services. Right? So before we get to adding anything, all of these new costs are factored into the base budget that we'll discuss in a second. Another important local factor is the Government of Alberta's financial stabilization support. As Council knows, the GOA has provided confirmation that they will stabilize the municipality's finances following the wildfire. And what that really does is it eliminates the shifting of the tax burden due to the loss of assessment. So if at a really overly simplistic level, there were two houses and one house was destroyed, and the municipality essentially marked the value of that property down to the fair value of the land. And so the house may have been worth $1 million before the fire, and it got marked down to the bare land value, and that bare land is now $300,000. The house beside was also, it was the exact same kind of house, $1 million. If the province hadn't stepped in, what would happen is the cost of municipal services would be shifted to the remaining property. But thanks to the Government of Alberta, the financial stabilization, the municipality is able to look at the loss of revenue compared to a normal year had the fire not happened. Natasha and her team have been able to make that calculation of where we've lost revenue and the impact of the lost assessment. We provide that number to the Government of Alberta, and they basically offset our revenue. So council can have the confidence that you can look at the municipal budget, essentially looking at and not having to consider the loss of revenue as a result of the wildfire or as a result of the loss of assessment. The Government of Alberta is stabilizing that and basically making it so that you can look at the budget, in essence, imagining that that had never happened. Any questions there?
Yeah, I look to councillors, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I missed it. What was the increase to debt repayments? Was it 200,000?
223,000.
Just a question on the. Sorry, is that right? Just a question on the tax assessment going forward. When will that GOA support, is that now done? And when will we reassess? I mean, we're just in the process of building new homes, but when will that be caught up to date?
So the government, sorry, I should have said, the Government of Alberta has provide confirmed financial stabilization support out to 2027. Like a lot of parts of recovery, I think GOA and the municipality were making best guess estimates at the time. And so for now, that financial stabilization has been approved out to 2027. So certainly the 2026 year, we're comfortable into 2027 as well. And then I think in 2027, we could reassess whether that might be something we'd want to advocate that the province would need to continue any further. And that would be a political discussion. So we're good 2026 and 2027.
And just one more point. So that assessment will be based on the usual equation, based on sales to a certain percentage, or is that something that we're going to have to wait a few years out to get that?
Yeah. So the value of properties is determined by the municipality's assessor. We contract out that position. Some municipalities that would be an employee of the municipality, but we contract out that service. And the firm that does that for us has done it for many, many years. They're required by provincial law to evaluate properties based on what it would sell for in the open market. And there's a lot of regulation in how they have to do that. And I think there's a lot of uncertainty about how that's going to look for the municipality and people that are rebuilding. We're going to work through that with our assessor and with council. There's also, Councillor Fichette, the there's a lot that we don't know yet. The province has experience in this in Wood Buffalo and Slave Lake. And so it's something that's knowable. But the pace of recovery is going to be different in each community. And so exactly how that's going to look, I think, is a discussion that we would have with our assessor when he makes his annual presentation to council. So he comes every year in the spring, he'll come to council and provide an update about the municipality's assessment. And certainly over the last couple of years, he's been able to provide a pretty clear picture of the difference between, what happened in the fire, where things we're assessing at now. And so we'll get a chance, and council will have an opportunity to discuss that directly with him in the spring. The other matter that I think is important is that the municipality has historically passed a supplementary assessment bylaw and a supplementary property tax bylaw. And in essence, what those do is they allow the municipality to capture development that happens mid-year or mid-cycle. And obviously in the past, there'd be a very small amount of houses that would be getting built in a year, so at the start of the year, for example.
I don't know if I'm,
Oh, Councillor Roger?
do you know how Zoom works? My face, I was on before, but I don't know if I'm on now.
You are.
We can hear you, Councillor Roger, but we can't see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Councillor Roger.
Okay, good. I just didn't know if you could, because I just see my face without my being live, so I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. And so obviously in the past, not a lot of homes being built in the year, but the idea would be, if a property was assessed at fair land value at one stage in the year, and then through the course of the year, a building gets built, a new home gets built, the assessment needs to catch up, and those supplementary property tax and property assessment bylaws allow the municipality to do that. And this is common in municipalities across the whole province, but it's going to be even more relevant to Jasper than I think it's ever been as we go through Recovery and People Rebuild. So we'll be regularly counting development, and we have a set check-in with our property tax assessor, our property assessor in the spring, where council will get to ask him all the detailed and technical questions.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. See you. Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Waxer was in the queue first.
No need for the question. That was essentially the same question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and I apologize if I missed this, but how much of the total tax budget is for that increase in salaries? And then did you say that and I just missed that number?
I don't believe I said it, and I do believe we have it in the presentation.
Okay. One more question, if I may. How much money really is a percent an increase? Like I'm curious what that number is. I feel like it was 100 grand before. I wonder if that's changed.
I'll maybe look to Director Malinchuk to provide the specifics, because I would be going off memory, and I believe it's about $118,000. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. So the $118,000 in tax-funded expenditures equals a 1% increase in the net tax requisition. So it's $118,000 is a direct answer to your question.
Thank you.
I would also add a little bit of a caution that a 1% increase in net tax requisition does not necessarily translate to a 1% increase in anybody's property taxes by the time we get to the effects of assessment and changes in individual property assessments and other things that may happen by the time the municipality gets to the point in the spring where we actually levy the taxes. So just a little bit of a caution, but I think that's the shorthand that we always use, and that you're specifically asking for that number. So it's 118,000, and that has changed over time as the municipality's total revenue has grown. 1% basically yields more.
Thank you. Are there other questions for CAO Given at this point? Councillor Roger, I can't see you, so if you have a question, just raise your hand and I'll be able to identify that. If there are no other questions, I thought I might ask something related, Mr. Given, and it's intended really just to provide context for our residents. So recently at the Alberta Municipalities Conference, which many councillors attended, I attended, I think, 2 sessions where the efforts of our provincial association, Alberta Municipalities, were highlighted, work that they have done on behalf of all communities, and the work that they have done indicates that the factors that you have just presented are factors that are affecting the budgets of every municipality across the province. We're all essentially dealing with the same issues, and so to provide that sort of overall context to our residents, I wonder whether some of the documentation prepared by our provincial association, which is on their website, abmunis.ca, can be, whatever the proper word is, highlighted or shared on either our website or our social media channels, so that our own residents can, if they wish, go and take a look at how this impacts municipalities broadly, so that it's not just us saying that this is the issue. It's widespread across the province, and in particular, there is a document on the Alberta Munis website called Property Taxes Reimagined. And so unless there is an objection by any councillor, and I respect that I can't give a direction, but in the absence of a motion, I would just look, if there's no objection, I wonder whether that might be something that we could at least reference on our platforms. I see nods around the table. And one of the things I do highlight from that, in the past, there has been a generalized understanding, I think this is nationwide, that of all the taxes paid by Canadians, for each dollar paid in tax, about 50% goes to the federal government. That includes income tax and GST and all the rest of it. 50 cents of every dollar goes to the federal government. 42 cents on every dollar goes to the province, and 8 cents goes to municipalities to fund the services that people rely on every single day. On the property tax reimagined document that I've just referenced, there is now a new metric for measurement, and it is percentage of household expense focused on taxes. And that suggests that of household expenses paid, 13.4% of household expenses go to payment of federal taxes. 6.2% goes to provincial taxes, and 1.4% of taxes paid per household go to support municipal taxes. And so to the extent that affordability is an issue across the country, we are seen most directly by the nature of property tax requisition. But we have absolutely the least impact at 1.4% of household expenses. And that is information that is not coming from me. That is the material that can be available. And I invite any member of the public to go take a look at that and perhaps get some context to what we are trying to do here to make our community more livable, but also provide the services that residents need. Sorry for that long digression, Mr. Biving.
No problem, Mayor Ireland. An administration will look to find that. Certainly our association is, they do a lot of work on behalf of municipalities across the province. We appreciate sharing their info. I believe we used some of theirs during the municipal election to encourage people to participate and to consider putting their names forward for council. And so no reason that we wouldn't share that. The administration will see if we can find that and share it through our channels. I'll maybe move into the next section. Which is once I can get back out of the full screen and to find my Zoom screen. and hit share. So I'll do my best to provide a brief overview of the budget at the very high level and some of the trends that you can see before we move into the presentations by directors. So another few minutes on overview, and then potentially if council wishes, we can either jump directly into the director presentations or we can maybe have a bit of a break. So in terms of the overview of the budget, as I mentioned, the top level of analysis is at the net tax envelope size or scale. And here you can see that the municipality is expecting a total revenue increase of just over $7 million and a total expense increase of $8.1 million. So obviously the difference between those is where you get the increase in required net tax support of $1,147,002. So that's this number down here in the corner. And that's the net of the increase in revenue, which is not quite offset by the increase in expenses is not quite offset by the increase in revenue. So the municipality's revenue is going up, but expenses are going up slightly faster. And that's why there's an increase in net tax requisition. This net tax, this increase in net tax would equate to roughly $50 per month on a $900,000 assessed property. So roughly $50 a month. And again, appreciating that that's a very average. I think there are properties that are worth more than that. There are properties that are worth less. And it does matter. The municipality has a significant number of properties that their value is controlled. And so it is important to look at the distribution of the number of properties. But again, if we wanted to pick a number that is nominally somewhere in the middle, this increase in net tax would be roughly equivalent to a $50 per month increase in property taxes, municipal property taxes. Again, it's important to make that distinction, as you'll see in my next slide. So the municipality's total tax funded operating budget, maybe I'll just go back actually. The other important thing when we're looking at the net tax requisition is the total tax funded budget. You'll see that as the third line up from the bottom, total tax budget. And if we scroll over here, you can see 41,709,000. That's the total municipal budget funded by property taxes. And that's where we get that net tax requisition increase line over here. Below is the total utility budget. And you can see that for 2026, that is forecast to be just under 8.4 or $8.392 million. You'll notice that revenue and expense match each other exactly. Our utility funded budget is not supported by tax dollars. So this is a really important principle. Our utilities are intended to be self-funding. And so the rates that we charge our utility customers need to be high enough to offset all of the expenses that aren't covered from other sources of revenue in the utilities. And at this level of detail, we show the change. It's an $830,000 increase compared to 2025, where we had just over $7.5 million in utility funded budget. We'll discuss this in more detail later, but that $830,000 is not the amount that needs to come from levies or an increase in rates. So there is a difference there, and we'll talk about that in more detail. But the utility funded budget is expected to go up. The net tax funded budget is expected to go up. And you can see both of those here. But details do matter as we get in later on. So that $41 million tax funded budget, again, only speaking about tax funded, not utility funded, can be roughly broken up. Okay, so where does that $41 million go to? Well, of those expenditures, about 8% is on recovery or JRCC, The operations department represents about 16% of that. Urban design and standards is 12%, community development 26%, finance administration 10%, protective and legislative services 12%. Requisitions to others are a really significant chunk. 17% of that $41 million goes to other people. And again, this is where I was saying the municipalities are required to collect on behalf of the government of Alberta for education and on behalf of Evergreens. Those numbers are in that $41 million, and the municipality obviously doesn't get to use those that revenue for municipal operations. It basically comes off the top, even though we have to collect it. So if we look at the municipalities' base budget proposal, and this is sort of zooming in to that $41 million and looking at the operating expenditures, it gives you a little bit clearer indication of the amount of net tax. That's the total proposed net tax requisition of $12.9 million. How much of that goes to support the operations of different departments? And here you can see that, no surprise, the two departments with the largest number of staff and the largest number of facilities consume the largest proportion of those expenditures. So that's operations and community development. Operations at 28% and community development at 37%. They have the largest number of people and salaries. They also have the largest number of facilities, which sometimes come with a debt repayment that would be bundled into that department's costs, like the community development, specifically on the activity center renovations. Debt repayments for that show up in the community development department. And then you can see the other side there. One small note that I'll make, if we look at urban design and standards, here you'll see that out of the net tax support, urban design and standards consumes about 3% of that total. I'll go back to that previous slide where we looked at the overall budget. You'll see that urban design and standards was 12% of the total expenditures. This is reflective of the fact that a lot of the operations of urban design and standards are actually flowing through money from others, grants, that we're putting out into the community. So no net tax support required for a lot of that operation. There's a lot of expense in that area, but the expenses are essentially funded from outside sources and not by municipal taxes. So that does happen in a lot of different departments, but just very obvious in the urban design and standards where you go 12% of total expenditures, but actually only 3% of net tax support, right? So they're consuming less of the net taxes that we collect because a lot more of the operation in that area is coming from outside sources. And finally, this was a refinement that we made over the last couple of years. There was a request from council to look at the municipality's budget. So this is the same total budget. You can see the similar numbers, but looked at a little bit differently about how, rather than by department, by function. And so you can see how much of the municipality's tax revenue is coming from taxes and different sources over time. And you can also see Councillor Hall. You can see salaries and benefits and other costs. This gives an opportunity to look at what kinds of costs are driving the municipality's budget, regardless of different departments. So at a global scale, what kinds of costs are driving the municipality's budget? And it's particularly useful for looking at organization-wide trends over time, like changes in staffing costs or increased contract services or the impact of new debt repayments. So you can see the salaries and benefits; those lines really move together. They're a part of the cost of our people-powered organization. You can see down here the change in time of financial service charges and debt repayments. And again, this would collect any new debt repayments or financial service charges from all the different departments. So you can see globally how much debt repayments are costing the municipality. And you can see here essentially that $230,000 change from 2025, where it was 2.5 million, to 2026, where it's 2.8 million. So when you're looking at, I see Mayor Ireland, I see Councillor Roger has a question.
Yes,
Thank you for
Mayor
that.
Ireland, through you to Mr. Givens. I noticed that there's lots of transfer from reserves. For example, on the urban design, you've got 366,000 transfer from reserves. And of course, that affects greatly the net figure. So where does that transfer of reserves come into this? I mean, doesn't that throw off the budget?
Mayor Ireland, maybe I'll speak to that at a higher level. We will speak to the details in each individual department. And Director Malinchuk may want to supplement this answer. But the municipalities transfer from reserves are used a couple of different ways. So you see transfer from reserves in terms of revenue, but you'll also see transfer payments to reserves as an expense. And so there are some cases where the municipality in a given year, every year, as a matter of fact, will transfer money into a reserve that gets spent that same year. Our capital plan really functions like this. We collect taxes from the public to fund expenses in a given year, but they're transferred first into a reserve, or I like to think of it as a holding account, but into a reserve where the money's held and planned to be spent that same year. And then we also have internal transfers from different departments. In operations and utilities, the facility maintenance department, they have a lot of expenses that have an impact on the operation that they undertake to maintain the facilities of other departments. And so in terms of accounting, we have some transfers that happen there. So Councillor Roger, when we get to the urban design and standards department, perhaps you can ask that specific question, and Director Malinchuk and Director Sanders can speak to the specifics of it, because transfer to and from reserves is maybe not what we might expect at either a business level or a home level. The municipality does maintain a small number of reserves that are savings accounts that are more clearly where we put money away for use in a future year. We actually probably transfer more in reserves and interdepartmental transfers for things that happen in the same year, transferring money in and money out. And so I don't know, Director Malinchuk, she's giving me a thumbs up that I did an okay job of that. Councillor Roger, I appreciate though that you may have a more specific question, and maybe we'll note that and speak to it specifically when I get to the urban design standards, because it may offer a more clear illustration of what you're asking about.
Well, I'm just asking for that one for an example, like just using urban design as an example. If you use the 366 transfer reserves, it makes the revenue that much higher, and then it would make the deficit that much lower. So that does, I don't understand how for 2000, for example, 25, that number 258 makes any sense, because it doesn't take into account that 366 was not revenue for the year. So you're actually losing 366 plus the 258 for that year. If you got the money from somewhere else, well, that's fine. But for that specific year, your deficit is 366 plus 258. It's not 258. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think, Councillor Roger, you've jumped ahead to a page that I'm not sure that so is there a particular document that you're referencing? And that's why I say maybe it would be easier to illustrate either in finance and administration, which will be the first department that's up, and we can look at the effect of transfer to and from reserves there.
Sure. No, that's fine. Let's leave it. But I'm just saying I don't understand the concept for each individual year. So I would need to have that explained later. That's fine. Leave it till later.
Okay. Well, Councillor Roger, I know Director Malinchuk's taking a note of that, and we'll make sure to discuss the effect of transfer to and from reserves at the departmental level as we go through the presentation. And appreciating though that we had a presentation from a community group that had a revenue source in a given year that they were not planning on spending in that year, and we saw the effect on their budget. Just to offer the confidence that the municipality handles that quite a bit differently, and you should be able to see the fact that the operations of the department, how they're being supported by in-year revenue, or whether we're trying to, whether we're expending our savings to try to subsidize the cost of services. And to be clear, the municipality does leverage our savings accounts, particularly our financial stabilization reserve. It is being used to lower the impact of property tax increases on residents. And we are using that in the 2026 year. So more discussion to come about that. We will make sure not to miss it. Any other questions?
Councilors? It appears not.
Okay.
Mr. Gibbon?
Thanks, Mayor Island. We'll just maybe look at this a little bit differently. This chart is in your documents, and it just helps visualize and maybe group a little bit better the budget by object into a little bit simpler categories. So you can see that there are inflows of just under $20 million, so $19.9 million in taxes coming into the municipal budget. But then there are outflows of requisitions to others of 6.9. So that's that money that comes in from taxes. At least a part of it, nearly $7 million, goes out to others before any municipal services are provided. Here you can see that the largest expense type is salary and benefits, making up 30% of the municipality's total expenditures. Transfers to others are about 14%. And then bank charges and debt repayment are just under 6% of the municipality's expenditures for 2026. And then finally, important to remember the effect of that requisition to others. So, well, it makes up out of the municipality's budget, as I said, it makes up about 14%, that requisition to others. This area here, on an individual homeowner's tax bill, that requisition to others could equal 57% of the total bill that they pay. So on a house that's worth about $1 million, that pays about $6,000 total bill in taxes, if you look in more detail at that bill, you'll see that 57% of that $6,000 in tax payments goes to others, and only 43% of that tax bill goes to the municipality. So this requisition to others looks pretty small in terms of the overall expenditures, but actually on somebody's individual tax bill, it's a very large chunk of the bill that the municipality of Jasper sends out. The majority of that bill goes to people that are not the municipality. And the reason that the municipality is able to do all of these other things is because we're very, very good at finding external sources of funding to subsidize the services that residents get. And you'll see that as we go along through each different department, and we'll present to council about how much tax support each department requires. So you'll see that as we go through the presentation. But again, when we talk about people's taxes, out of 100% of the taxes that you pay in the bill that you receive from the municipality of Jasper, the municipality typically only gets 43% of that total. Mayor Ireland, that's my last slide in sort of our startup. I think our next one was a bit of an opportunity for a pause and any questions, and maybe just a little bit of a reset before we get into departmental presentations.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Are there any other questions before we move on to departmental budgets from the overview? I'll give you a moment. I will just say, primarily for members of the public who are or will be watching, that last point that you made, Mr. Gibbon, that when we send out a tax bill, it includes requisitions for others that amount to approximately 57% of the total tax bill that we send out. As has been the case in the past, this was a topic of discussion at our municipal convention a couple of weeks ago, and again, a motion was passed quite handily to try and encourage the government to change the manner in which our tax bills are sent out to exclude the education property tax portion and let the province send out their own bills to residents. Seems unlikely that that will get legs, but again, it's a matter of concern to municipalities across the province because we have to send the bill, but we don't get the money. We're just collectors on behalf of province or other requisition authorities, and that money goes straight out. It's never spent on municipal services. So thank you for that particular pie graph, Mr. Given. If there are not further questions at this stage, I see Mr. Given giving me some hand signals that I actually can interpret. And we've been at this for a little over an hour. And there might be some shifting to get people prepared for the next presentation. So I will call a 7-minute recess. We will reconvene at 10:15. Thank you all. That took us 2 minutes longer than anticipated, but I gather, Mr. Given, that you've nearly got the next presentation available, and there it is. Good. Thank you. I will call us back into session.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So first slide that you see here for Finance and Administration just goes over the department. So you have myself as the Director of Finance and Administration, and we have a finance manager as well as finance assistant, and then the account receivables clerk who deals with all of the taxation as well as all of the utilities. Accounts payable clerk, as well as the finance reception. And then you'll also see that IT coordinator falls under myself, as well as the IT technician. The IT technician right now is funded through the DRP program. So that is support in given our additional needs for the fire-related recovery. You'll see also that the administration budget is 4.3 million in operating expenses. 1.5 of that is covered by taxation, and 2.83 is covered by other sources. So other sources being franchise fees, penalties on the tax side only, business license fees, as well as interest income and transfers from reserves. So transfers from reserves are coming from our savings that we put aside for our future projects. And you'll see that anything that we have going on in capital RMR is what we call it, replacement, maintenance, repair, is under that category and supported by our reserves. So those are within the finance and administration budget. To go on to speak more about our operating budget. On the next slide. I'll talk first a little bit about taxation. So I'm going to bounce a little bit around on this, so you might have to follow me, and if you get confused, just shoot me a glance, please. First of all, we'll talk about taxation. So you'll see in the revenue side of things, there is taxation and then municipal tax. And then under expense, we have a taxation line. So in the first taxation line under revenue, there is an increase estimated for Alberta School Foundation, as well as for the Evergreen requisition. CAO Given has spoken about this at many occasions during the first bit of the presentation. So this is the requisition that we need to collect on behalf of the province and for the Seniors Foundation. We also see a change here in decrease in franchise fees that's estimated and given to us ahead of time by supporting partner. And then you can see on the next line, the municipal tax. It is 1.147, which also aligns with what you've seen in the net tax summary, the chart that Mr. Gibbon went over earlier. So that is the increase to the taxes for the 2026 year on the municipal side only. Then I'm going to pop you down to the side of taxation on the expense side. And you can see that there was a decrease in transfer to the stabilization reserve. And it works out to a decrease of about 107,000. And that was just done to assist the budget. When we're looking at the rest of the budget, you can see that there's a general administration and other side, and that is increasing on the revenue side by 460,000. A lot of this is actually based on the RMR that I just spoke to in the transfer from reserves to offset projects that are operational in nature on the capital side. So that amount alone is 438,000. And you can see that also would be alluded to in the general admin and other side under the expense side. So they offset each other. There's an expense that's brought over from that we need to cover on the operating side of capital, but we cover it with reserves that we've been putting aside as our savings for those. Then you can also see that there's also an offset of an increase in revenue and interest, as well as in business licensing. So that's about $20,000 increase, and that's just based off of trending. Otherwise, in general admin and other, I'd like to just say that in the first slide, you see the department as myself with the IT coordinator and the finance manager and everything below. But in this budget, we also have the CAO and communications, as well as HR payroll. So it's not just what you see here, it's also a bit of what is underneath of Mr. Gibbon in his departmental area. So that is also added into our budget and not spoken of separately. So in this area, you'll also see general increases to salaries and benefits, as well as computer hardware and software, as well as contracted services in computers and additional training. And that is just a high level summary of the changes that you'll see in administration. If you pop back to and look in your folders or your binders, on page 11, to look at the net tax envelope, you can see that the change within administration is just short of $90,000, but there is a change in $380,000, and that's for policing. We're not getting rid of policing, that's just shifting from administration over to protective and legislation into their budget. So you'll see and hear more about the shift just departmentally of us shifting that from taxation itself as an expense over to Ms. Nadon's, Director Nadon's department under protective and legislation. So just wanted to be really clear about that. We're not, we still have to pay that, it's just in another area, okay? So going to the next slide, you can see that there's some capital requests that are significantly higher for administration this year. And the major driver I'll talk about first is the actual finance software, and it is a 2-year project. First year being $380,000. What is occurring is the Diamond or Great Plains system that we use right now is actually becoming obsolete. They are ending their support in 2029. So for us to be ahead of the game and make sure that we are fully set up before we end our support or have no more support from this software program, we would be starting in 26, working on it in 27, hopefully fully operating in 28 so that we're set before they terminate that service level to us. Along with that, there's also a software increase or that you would see in human resources. It's called HRMIS. As we transition away from the Great Plains software, it is an optimal time to implement a human resource management information system. So that's the name of it. It'll streamline and centralize human resource operations by bringing recruitment, hiring, payroll, and employee records, as well as training and other HR functions into one secure system. Implementing an HRMIS will strengthen HR data security and reduce manual processes and improve overall efficiency across the organization. For example, we currently rely on manual paper timesheets, which is time-consuming and prone to errors. An HRMIS system would allow us to move these processes into an online system and fully integrate time entry, the approvals, and payroll. This would significantly increase efficiency and reduce manual work. And then on top of that, there is a security system for the admin office. That is just been on the books for a few years coming now. And that would be to align ourselves with all of the updates. It is an old system, the building is old, so to upgrade and get current with all of our systems. And then $20,000 for network infrastructure, which is an ongoing project on the IT side of things in just making sure that everything aligns with new updates to all of the IT systems coming into place for administration and whatnot. So that is the administrative and IT side of capital. And going forward, I believe now I might be able to take some questions if there are any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Millicheth. Councillor Burchett.
Thank you, Mayor Island, and through you, I'd ask Director Thonchak about the two systems, the financial software system and the HRMIS system. Will they both be, as you have the larger amount, the 380? That's over 2 years, is it?
Your worship, through to Councillor Frechette, is actually the first year is 380,000. This is on the larger side of the estimate. We've been speaking with various different companies. So at the moment, we're just planning based on what we've heard from software providers. It is on the higher side, and it is only the first year.
So it's 380 for 26 and another 380 for 27.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and the 120 would be all done in 26?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you, Director Walsh.
You're welcome.
Councillor Roger.
Yes, my question is whether or not that can be delayed a year. You know, we're fighting for money right now because of the fire. You said that the other one becomes obsolete in 29. Can we switch it to 27 and 28 instead of 26 and 27?
Your worship, through to Councillor Roger, there is a possibility, just an element of risk associated with the timing of whether or not it actually occurs within 2 years. Things often take longer than we anticipate. And that's why we're trying to go ahead and ensure that it's done in a timely fashion so that we're not scrambling in the end. So it would just be to ensure that we are ready. And it is planned to be funded to be covered from restricted reserves, which are in place to support the project.
The second question I've got is,
If I, sorry, Councillor Roger, just before you ask the next question, I think CAO Given wanted to also respond to your first question.
Thanks, Mayor Ireland. Yeah, so appreciating that HR is under the CAO's area. I appreciate Director Malinchuk speaking about the details of the HRS system and the finance admin. But just for council's information on both of those projects, these are the underlying systems that allow the organization of the municipality of Jasper to operate. Like we sort of think of software as Microsoft Office, and you have Word and you have email. Those are all useful. These are the things that allow us to collect taxes, to send out tax bills, to make sure people's tax bills are correct, to do utility billings, to track our expenses in the year. These are the core systems that allow the municipality to operate. And so in terms of the level of importance, I would say that these are, in terms of the municipality's ability to operate, the only thing you could do to make it harder for the municipalities to operate than to have these systems go bad would be to take away all of the vehicles of the municipality. Imagine the municipality trying to operate and deliver services to the community if we had no trucks or cars or graders. It would be the same impact as if these systems failed. And particularly with the HR system, I'll just say that one of my largest challenges as CAO during the evacuation, the fire, and actually through the course of the last couple of years has been the lack of HR information about our workforce and understanding who our people are, how long they've been with us, ensuring that they're getting paid properly, ensuring that we're able to track and stay in communication with them. Those have been major challenges. And in fact, one of my most clear recollections is during the evacuation, trying to identify who we had on staff at the time of the evacuation. Because of our antiquated systems, the best the team could do in a very challenging circumstance was to pull an Excel file that had everybody who'd ever received a check from the municipality. That was the best our current software system was able to do. And so there are some current council members that were on that list as employees. And so you can appreciate that level of information really doesn't give us the ability to properly manage our workforce on an ongoing basis, particularly with the amount of change that we've seen with new positions, new hires, people changing. So between that and the financial software that underpins our ability to do anything financial in terms of paying bills, receiving money, levying taxes, I don't think it's possible to overstate the importance of these two systems together.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Roger, you had another question? Go ahead.
the second question I had was the documents that we received, operating budget, there was 7 million some odd as a transfer payment from expenses, which I see now that you've got an expense notified as taxation. So to me, normally taxation is a revenue. How does taxation become an expense? And is that the same thing as transfer to reserve?
Your worship, through to Councillor Roger. The taxation portion that you see in the operating budget on the expense side of things will also include, when you're looking at the overall budget, will also include the requisitions that we are to put out to Alberta School as well as Evergreen.
Okay, so that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
And again, we talked before about the transfer reserves being showing as revenue. It's like taking money from your money you've got in the bank account and showing it as revenue for the year. So doesn't that skew the actual revenue for the year? That's the concept I don't understand.
Your worship, through to Councillor Roger. So when we do this, we have reserves set up for future projects. This is like our savings account. We plan for future projects.
Yes.
We are taking from that pot of money and we're transferring it to the operating budget so that we can offset the expenses that occur in that year. So it's recognizing money that we have set in our reserve accounts over to the revenue side. So you're taking money from a balance sheet and bringing it over to your income statement, basically. So
it's
that
not-
you're offsetting the expenses that occur. If we expensed everything in that year and didn't offset with our planned savings, then the taxation would just increase and for those projects, and we wouldn't be able to offset that tax amount.
Okay, I understand. So you're taking money from savings and counting it as revenue for the year. That's basically what you're doing.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
Other questions for Director Melnichuk? Council. I'll go with Councillor Waxer and then Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Malinchuk. Just a simple question, partly also for the public. I understand that RR is restricted reserves, but what is RMR?
Thank you, Councillor Waxer, through yourself, your worship, through you. The RMR is repair, maintenance, and replacement.
Okay.
And that is for the capital side of projects that kind of would fall into that operating when you think of taking care of that capital asset.
Sorry, further to that, that's also restricted, it's also a reserve, is that correct?
Yes, when we speak to RR, we are speaking to the restricted reserve, and that is the funds that we put aside for those projects, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Malinchuk. I don't know if you can answer this, but the system that we're anticipating upgrading to, what is the life expectancy of that system? Is it something that I appreciate that technology is a rapidly moving area? I guess what would the life expectancy be of that? And indeed, if it is a good feature to get into right now, do we anticipate some longevity to this system?
Your worship, through to Councillor Frechette. To give you a sense, the Great Plains Diamond system came from Parks Canada. So it actually has supported us for a very, very long time. Yes, we are in we're in a fast-paced changing world. But I do believe that a lot of software companies are keeping up to pace with the changes, and we're seeing a lot of improvements in what they can offer us. Our system is quite archaic in nature at this point, so we would be really excited to see what a new system can do for us going forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Melcher. Sir.
Deputy Mayor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Director Malinchuk, a question about the additional software program. When people hear software, they think of getting something on a disk or something downloaded and so on. I want to ask the question about all costs that would be incurred, such as training, additional hardware costs and so on. When we have a capital item, we're capitalizing all of those costs in that $280,000 or $380,000. So we're capturing, my understanding of looking at that is we're capturing all of the costs to incorporate the new system. So we won't see, like, for example, additional labor in future years to be able to implement a software system.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick. The cost that you see does include the training, the implementation, yes, what is needed to onboard the new system. There would be an annual fee for support, just like we see currently with our Great Plains Diamond system. So that would continue. So it would be a capitalized, intangible capital asset. So it is substantial. That's why you see it on our capital list. And it plans for everything, but not the annual fees.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
Go ahead, CAO Given.
Mayor Ireland, just at the risk of getting myself in trouble. So I watched Director Malinchuk just to make sure that I got this right. I was referencing before how we have a reserve that is kind of like a holding account that's used in the same year. And so maybe, I think it's useful. I think that's where Councillor Waxer was coming from, the RR designation. And so you'll see in each, through the whole capital budget, you'll see the funding sources. Some are RR, which is a restricted reserve. And those are reserves where essentially we've saved up money in order to be able to spend it. And my understanding is that the RMR is money that is coming in 2026 and being spent in 2026. So the other ones are like your savings that you've been squirreling money away for future purchases and expenses. And the RMR is maybe at least in part collected in 2026 and spent in 2026. Dr. Malinchuk's giving me the side eye, which tells me that I may have botched that. But I do, and so please do clarify and absolutely correct me where I'm wrong. I want to make sure the council has and the public have the right information. And the larger point that I'd make is in each capital project, they may have multiple funding sources. So in some cases, we may be relying on a portion of the project to be funded by borrowing or a debt venture. And some may be savings that we've saved up for over years. Some may be paid for with revenue that is collected in 2026 and spent in 2026, and some may come from those savings. So it is important to note that the direct impact on taxes from any capital project might not be what you think it is. So changing a capital project to say, well, let's do that in the future year may have zero impact on municipal taxes in 2026 and may have a zero impact on the municipality's debt capacity. So it is important to look at the funding source, and then maybe even a question that you want to ask administration is about the proportion of funding coming from one or the other. But that's why admin notes the funding sources under the capital project items as well. Director Malinchuk, please correct anything that I messed up in the RMR discussion.
Thank you. CEO Given, I would say that everything you've said is very correct, except for I would like to think as reserves for even the RMR projects that are put aside for in the past for the future. Yes, there are contributions to the reserves in the current year for projects, but they might be similar in the amount of money in what we're putting in and taking out. But I look at, okay, we've put aside for these projects because we're knowing they're coming up, but we're still planning for what's coming down in the future for other things. So we're still setting aside for the future, but we're using what we put aside for right now. So and the exchange could be very similar in that dollar value. So that's why it could be looked at one way and perceived another, or vice versa.
I see no other hands. I had a couple of questions then. Specific to this discussion about the new software. Approximately $750,000 over 2 years. That includes training as well as the whatever it is that we get, not a disc, I guess. That is all coming from restricted reserves, as we have discussed. Is there a plan over the next number of years to recoup those spent reserves? And what would be the tax implication of that? And what would be the tax implication of that spending on this year's budget? So for example, Councillor Roger asked whether we could defer it. If we deferred it, would it make any difference to this year's budget or tax requisition in particular?
Your worship, no, this would come from reserves that we have set aside in the past for upcoming issues or projects that we have to deal with. We would continually put aside reserves going forward for the future projects in the year. We gradually increase the amounts that we're putting aside due to the increase of projects, inflation wise and whatnot. So the implication of changing it from 1 year to the next doesn't change things within our operating budget and the amount of requisitioning, the amount that we are requisitioning within the the operating budget this year. So changing it from 1 year to the next would just be saving the money in that pot until next year rather than spending it in 2026.
So just to put it most succinctly, deferring the project would make no difference to this year's tax requisition.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. With respect to the HRMIS, the Human Resources software, we heard that would make our operation more efficient. We could get rid of paper filing for timesheets, for example, and that presumably will save time and effort and release staff to do other work. Is there any way to track that in economic terms? So we're being asked to expend $120,000 to become more efficient. We can perhaps have some faith that maybe we will gain efficiencies, but is there any way to track that, to show that that expenditure has an impact on capacity of staff and allows them to do other work that is now being not done or being deferred?
Maybe Mayor Ireland, I'll give the first response to that. I would imagine there's some way to track that. I don't think our administration has really given an eye to that yet. And sometimes the effort of attempting to track these things is more costly than the actual value of the information that you get from it. So, and the timesheets are a good example because I think we can all sort of identify with that. You've probably all either submitted a timesheet or have to sign off on somebody's timesheet at some point. So council pays me and some portion of my time every month, and it's relatively small, but I go through everybody who is a direct report to me and I review their hours and their timesheet and I sign off on it and I make sure that it gets over to the payroll department. Now, I mean, I have 6 directs. No, that's not right. I have more than 6 direct reports, but it's a small amount of time, but it's every month and it's something that I have to do instead of doing other things. You multiply that across the organization and so how would we count how much the 15 minutes once a month I spend on that? But for the life of the municipality, going forward. So it is probably a knowable number. We could assign some sort of value and try to come with an estimate across the organization on the timesheet thing. But then there's all these other parts, like the ability for administration to manage vacation time. The municipality under our policies has a policy that says that employees can be paid out for vacation time that hasn't been taken. That's part of policy and there's rules around that. For me or any manager to quickly call up how much vacation time employees have at any given time in the year is a manual process, or somebody in the HR department needs to go in and find the individual employee in a sheet somewhere, record that number, find the next employee, record that number, and go all the way through. So the ability to call up a report like that is another one of these efficiency things that would allow us to more effectively manage the cost to the municipality of vacation time or time in lieu that may be paid out rather than taken as time. It's challenging for us as managers to deal with that right now because the processes are so labor intensive. So in terms of calculating the value of that, it would be challenging. I'm sure other large organizations have made some effort to try to quantify the benefits from these types of things. My suspicion is that an effort to try to quantify it would be a big effort on our part and would yield some interesting numbers, probably at a fairly great expense.
Thank you for that. Councillor Frechette?
Yes, just a follow-up. Thank you, Mayor Allen, through you, Director Malinchak. Has there ever been an expectation that this system would get cheaper? Has that ever happened? Or if we deferred it a year, are we looking at it being 400,000?
Your worship, through to Councillor Frechette, I don't see anything going down these days, so it seems like everything's always going up. But however, like I alluded to earlier, this is on the higher side of what we've seen so far. So obviously we would be putting this out to Alberta Purchasing Connection. There would be a process of looking at all available and interested parties, and to see what they can offer us for what amount, and that is then reviewed, and we go through what we need and base that off of, what we see as good value for the municipality. This is a high end, so obviously we would try to get something lower if we can. If not, then we're prepared.
Okay, it sounds like we're headed in that direction. If indeed we are running on an antiquated system, I think that's something that certainly should be explored, if not move forward with. Thank you so much, Director Malinchak.
Other questions for Director Malinchak? I will at this point perhaps prompt Councillor Paul. Would this be an appropriate place to have you confirm the amount of the overall tax increase that is attributable to wages? I think that was the question that was asked earlier and was asked to be deferred. Maybe this is not the point, but we may not see you again for a bit. So if you're the one that can answer that, if I properly expressed the question.
Your worship, through to Councillor Hall, I believe, so you're looking for the difference from 1 year to the next in salaries and benefit, if I might clarify the question?
Right.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I was curious how much of the total tax budget is the increase in benefits and wages, like yeah, if that makes sense.
So it depends on how you look at things. Something to really pay attention to is that there's a large increase in salaries and benefits that you can see in the overall year-to-year change, but there's a huge also change in grant support.
Right.
So after you remove all of the grant support, then I could give you that figure. However, it would take me a bit more of calculation. I have looked at more in depth at community development. However, I didn't break out specifically on the JRCC side or Jasper recovery side of things as well. So there's that portion that would be covered by DRP. So I would have to go in and do a deeper dive on what support, would be tax supported versus grant support. There's a huge grant support option that offsets a lot of the salaries and benefits that increase year over year.
Mayor Ireland, maybe I've just returned to the budget 2026 budget by object. And so the simplistic answer, again, simplistic meaning not covering the additional detail that Director Malinchak noted. If you look at the salaries line and the benefits line in terms of expenses, those are up 835,000 compared to last year.
Yeah.
As Director Malinchak mentions, there is additional revenue that the organization has found in lots of different areas through grants and other sources. So not all of that added expense, that 835,000, is coming directly from the net tax requisition. We can, and I think we do have somewhere else separately that number that you're looking for. That gives you an indication. Okay. In terms of the overall increase to the municipal budget, salary and benefits are a significant contributor, and they're up $835,000 over 2025. And the administration has found some good ways to get other sources of funding that help offset that increase, so the tax base isn't facing that full $835,000 in salary benefit increases. And we do have that additional number somewhere else. We can, Director Malchuk maybe even has it at hand.
Well, I can speak to just for instance, just community development. I did a deeper dive just because there was a lot of change in that area, and with their department alone, $480,000 is covering salaries and benefits on grant support of that increase of 835,000.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you. I may be confused. So out of the 1.147 million, 835 of that, thousand of that is no. That's what I'm looking for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Mayor Ireland for Council Hall. Yes, that's understood. We do have that number. I think we've provided it separately. We'll report it later on. So what you're looking for is of the 2026 increase in net tax requisition of $1.14 million, how much of that is attributable to salaries and benefits?
Yes, essentially, like what really can't we, what is just gonna happen, like, there's
well,
no options on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And this larger number, the 835,000, is the total increase in salary and benefits. And administration has used some strategies to make sure that that total increase isn't felt by taxpayers. And so what you're looking is for the net of those. We have that number, we can provide it.
If I may, so there are grants found to help with that, but that's not gonna bring that 1.147 down. That's already, okay, thank you.
That's correct. But the 1.147, the net tax increase is after we've applied any strategies or any grant funded projects, like the revenue from grants is taken off, and the balance, remaining is the increase in municipal property taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions, of a general nature relating to the operating budget, all departments by object. That's page 12 of our bound copy of the budget. Under revenue, can you just briefly explain how it is that rental revenue increases significantly for 2026 and then reduces again in the following years back to closer to what it was in 2025? What's that spike in rental revenue?
Thank you for giving me a moment. I just have to look at that to give you your answer, if you don't mind. And I can come back to it if you wish.
Sure, yeah, future time. Similarly, under the expense part of that, there is a significant increase in contracted services for 2026. And then it reduces over the next couple of years. My assumption is that would be primarily related to the operation of the JRCC. Is that why that spike is there? And then it tails off as the work of that portion of our expenses reduces?
Yes, your worship, that is completely correct. Your assumption is correct on that. We'll see a decrease over the years for contracted services in that area for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. Then come back to the other one whenever. Are there any more questions for Director Malinchuk about, I suppose, either the operating budget overall or more specifically the finance and administration portion of the operating budget? Go ahead, Mr. Gibbon.
Yeah, Mayor Ireland, I certainly appreciate that the team is collaborating in real time and is able to provide a little bit more light on the rental increase. And so it is a part really related to recovery and some of the unique things that administration is forecasting. An example is an increase in rental revenue from street and public use permits. So that's a type of non-tax revenue that we're accounting for in rentals. We imagine that over the course of in 2026, there'll be a lot more street and public use permits issued. And so you'll see that there's a spike in the urban design and standards rental revenue area, which has rolled up into this sort of organization-wide. There's also the pop-up village. There are rents that are being collected there. Obviously, there's expenses on the other side, but so there are a couple of recovery-related items that are leading to rent increases, or rental revenue increases that are showing up in 2026. We're making some forecasts about how they may trail off over time. Again, we'll adjust those based on what we see in terms of activities in the community through the course of 2026. So that may change, and when we're back here next year, there's no guarantee that rental revenue will decline. It's possible that we'll still be issuing as many street and public use permits in 2027 as we expect that we'll issue in 2026. But for right now, administration is attempting to have a modest forecast and an expectation that that's not forever revenue. We're not always going to see these levels of activity of people renting our streets to build houses. We expect it will trail off over time.
Thank you for that. That makes sense. Does that mean, though, then that rental revenues more than compensate for paid parking revenues? And most of that is on public land that would be parking anyway, wouldn't it? But I mean, paid parking is only part of the year, so maybe that's the difference.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, for the question. The Commerce Continuity Initiative, which is grant funded by Prairies Can, is a program where essentially we looked at things like SPSUs, we looked at the use of public land where we currently collect parking revenues, and where we were displacing those parking fees to make use for these types of uses. And so it's essentially meant to be an offset. So we're collecting enough revenues through these programs to offset what we would have lost in parking revenue. So essentially, it's a bit of a net neutral. In practice, we actually are anticipating to collect slightly higher fees than that. But there's also a 8% municipal contribution required to meet the Prairies Can grant. So those additional revenues are required to fund that 8% municipal contribution. So that's essentially the answer to the question.
Thank you for that. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Malinchuk. I wondered if you could, partly for my benefit, but also for the public, talk about what types of what kinds of things would be falling under the title of contracted services.
Your worship, through Councillor Waxer, we could be looking at anything from, work on our roads to even hiring a consultant. So it can be anything that's supported giving us that level of service. I don't know if CAO Giving would have any more additions to that, but basically that's a big range of, a consultant to somebody working on equipment and giving a full contracted service. So
Director Malinchuk is exactly right. It's a pretty broad category. The municipality always contracts others to do some things on our behalf where we don't have specialized staff to do that, or we need a certain service. But I think of interest to council and the public is obviously the change between 2025 and 2026. And Director Fark might add a little bit more specificity, but you'll see that administration is forecasting a really significant increase in 2026 in contracted services, declining into 2027, and then getting back to more normal levels in 2028. That's really reflective of added contracted services through the recovery period. So there's a significant amount of additional contracted services in a variety of areas including, and I'll just on that capital side. And so we expect to be doing, we in 2026 and 2027, we have capital paving programs, which would be by definition contracted services. And those are set to spike over the next couple of years as we recover from the wildfire. Director Fark, I don't know if there's any other level of detail you want to add there, but that explains how we go from $7.3 million in 2025 up to 13.8, then declining gradually to 11.7, and then down to 8.7. Again, you're seeing that sort of recovery operations, as well as we have additional contracted services for the regional transit service. Is another example of a contracted service that is, it's not municipal employees. It's not showing up in salary and benefits, but we do account for that in a contracted service. And obviously there are conditional grants. If you look up above on the revenue side of that 2026 budget by object, you'll see that there's a similar sort of curve or shape to the increase in conditional grants. So conditional grants were 5.7 in 2025. It increased to 10.4 2026. It decreased slightly to 9.3 in 2027, and then reduce again in 2028 to 5.6. So you can see that they sort of have ramped up into 2026 and 2027, and then decline going forward. The same as the expenses, the contracted services ramp up around recovery and then decline back to more normal levels as we go forward.
Thank you for that. I think that's exactly what I thought would be very important for the public to understand. Thank you.
If there are no further questions for Director Malinchuk, it would be an appropriate time for a motion. If any councillor wishes to make a motion to amend the finance and administration operating budget, and I propose to deal first with the operating budget and then capital budget. But we will entertain first any motions to amend, and then we could have a motion to accept either as presented or as amended. Suggestions to this happy. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I would make a motion that committee direct council, sorry, what was the word we're gonna use instead of approve? Accept. That committee accept the finance and administration operating budget as presented. And I just want to thank Director Malinchuk for your hard work on the budget this year. I can't imagine it was easy with recovery coordination center money coming in and it all. It's probably not easy anyways, but this was probably a more work for you this year. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Hall, is there any debate or does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? If not, I would just speak very briefly, and I am supportive of the motion. I wonder, as a separate item, whether it would be possible at some point to just have a list of the comparison of items with 2024. 2025 as a base year is already a bit of a skewed item. And so particularly for what we were just discussing, contracted services and conditional grants, some of those must have come in this current year. So it seems to me a better balance year is 2024 potentially. I won't make that direction because I can't, but at some point before we're done here, I wonder whether you could provide an answer, the kind of capacity drain it would mean to be able to give us a comparison of 24, 25, 26.
Mayor Ireland, we can have a look and see if Director Malinchuk has budget by object for all of the municipality's history. So I'm sure that's something we can do. And I'd suggest that it will be challenging. And this is, I think, a challenge for organizations, businesses, the whole economy. What is a good base year? You probably have to go back to 2019 to find a quote unquote normal year, particularly in Jasper. So we, went into a COVID year, which really impacted municipal finances. And then there was a recovery from COVID years. And then we had the Kettleman wildfire, which had an impact on the community municipal finances. And then we got into 23 and then 24. And I'd suggest that 24 actually probably isn't a very good year to compare, because for a significant portion of the year, we stopped a whole bunch of programs and functions that we had planned on doing and had different ones completely come in. And so you would see contracted services in 2024 would probably reflect payments to Edmonton, Calgary, Grand Prairie for evacuations, for example. I don't know that for a fact, but so that's the type of thing that when we're looking for a base year, we probably need to zoom out a little bit further. We can consult and see what we can find for council, because it is really that expense by object really should allow you to see these curves and changes over time. As it's not helpful to Councillor Roger or to the viewing public, but as I'm waving my hand in the air, but you can see those trends where, things are probably growing over time along with inflation, but we can also see the impact of different events on the community. COVID, okay, well, there'd be a decline in numbers, and then you'd see, a recovery, and then likely the Kettleman wildfire year, there's probably some kind of decline that we saw. And then in the evacuation year of 2024, again, you'll see change, and as we see change in the recovery year. So it's probably more likely to look like a bit of a wave. And that wave has been impacted by a number of events over the last nearly 7 years.
I appreciate that, and I will leave it. The point I was hoping to make was that 2025 is a bad year for comparison. And I was thinking of the 2024 approved budget, not the actual budget. So we approved that budget in advance of the fire. But you're right. It's been a roller coaster for the last 5 or 6 years. So just a comment really that it's difficult to make any comparisons. I will leave that if there is no other debate on the motion from Councillor Hall. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. That is with respect then to the finance and administration operating budget. And I would look for a motion with respect to the finance and administration capital budget. Councillor Waxer.
That committee accept the finance and administration capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I just made that motion in based on the understanding of the foundational aspect of this software update and its importance to our ongoing ability to operate efficiently and effectively. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Is there any debate or any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Roger, you were just shuffling pages, not putting your hand up, I think.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If there is nothing else, then I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So thank you, Director Malinchuk, for that. Director Park is in the hot seat. Is council prepared to proceed? Does anyone need a quick break before we do? I have a request for convenience of a counselor to have a short 5-minute break. I now have 11:15, so we will reconvene at 11:20. All right, welcome back. It is 11:21. We're extended recess by 1 minute, but we're back ready to go with Director Park for the Joint Recovery Coordination Center.
Thank you, Mayor Island, members of council. In many ways, the JRCC budget is both extremely simple and straightforward, and extremely complex. We will start with the simplicity first. The composition of the JRCC team is there on the screen for those who have an interest. We have a number of people who are dedicated to supporting specific areas of recovery. And the 3.2 million in operating expenses that we will expend in 2026, as noted there, is not scheduled to come from taxation, is covered from other sources. We'll discuss that a little bit more in the next slide. It's also important to note that 3.2 million does not actually reflect the full budget of the JRCC. In fact, over the 3 years we're expecting of the recovery program, the formally recognized recovery program, the JRCC will expend approximately 80 million. The vast majority of that is externally funded. That money includes money from the DRP or HARP, which is the provincial government, backstopped by the DFAA, which is the federal government. It also includes a contribution agreement from Parks Canada to assist in the interim housing infrastructure that we are installing. It will include the Prairies Can grant that we have referenced to council a number of times, which supports the Commerce Continuity Initiative. And it also includes some smaller funders. For example, the Red Cross has helped out with certain areas. Yeah. So we've got the 90% of all of that is covered by those external sources. We have 10% that is a municipal contribution. It varies a little bit. The CCI, as I indicated earlier, is only an 8% municipal requirement, but in general, we're using the 10%. And it is currently shown as unfunded in 2028 as a capital project. I expect that there will be some discussions over the next few years led by CEO Given around how council may want to approach addressing that challenge and having discussions with those higher levels of government about how that can be managed. The recovery positions are funded through until the end of each of their respective terms. There is a possibility to extend some of those positions. As we get closer to those terms, we will look to have conversations with the funders, being the provincial government and federal government, in order to allow us to do that. We don't have any capital projects per se within the JRCC, although we are implementing a number of large projects. And the other thing to note is that what we call recovery, although we have a JRCC budget, the impacts of recovery permeate throughout the entire budget. So there are positions in other departments that are DRP funded, for example, and as we've noted, there are certain revenues collected in other areas that are related to the recovery, etc. At a very high level, that's pretty much it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but there isn't much more detail than that we can provide that has not already been made available.
Thank you, Director Park. Are there questions from councillors? Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Park. As you were speaking, I thought of a question I hadn't thought of before, and that is around interim housing. Is interim housing always outside of DRP? It just, as you listen to the title, Disaster Recovery Program, it feels like potentially interim housing could be under that. And I was just curious.
Thank you, Councillor Waxler. There are some aspects of cost associated with interim housing that are covered by DRP. Those included some of the early site servicing costs that we undertook, sort of large capital projects to prepare the sites for the interim housing. The vast majority of the interim housing costs is being covered by Parks Canada. It's not my budget to speak to, but it's a fairly large, a fairly substantial amount. So that is separate from the DRP program. That is funding coming directly from the federal government.
Sorry, my question was more that would it normally be under DRP in other scenarios, or is that
Yes, in other previous disasters in Alberta, interim housing falls under DRP, and as interim housing is generally falling under provincial jurisdiction.
thank you for that.
Councillor Wax, pardon me, Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. My question for you, Director Fark, all the revenue coming in for 2026, is it all DRP, or is my understanding of some maybe is Red Cross, or is there other funding streams in there?
That's correct. So the majority of that is DRP or HARP, again, as it is referred to, but there's an amount there from the Red Cross. There may actually also be, some of it is from Prairies Can. So Pop-Up Village, the 376 is directly from Prairies Can, which is the federal government. And then there is some of it will come through the form of a contribution agreement from Parks Canada, again, for the support of the interim housing.
Deputy Mayor Melnis.
Thank you, Mayor Island, and to you, to Director Park. You mentioned the pop-up village and that money coming through to Prairies Can, and I know that we're looking at 2026. In the budget package, we're provided with additional information for 2027, and I see conditional grants are still relatively stable. Is it pop-up village will be considered for 2027, or is that subject to Prairies Can additional funding?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Melnick. The Prairies Can grant was for a 3-year period. So the pop-up village, both the industrial pop-up village and the retail pop-up village, as well as the staging areas and other components of the CCI. And that program is supported for 3 years. So the total budget that we have from Prairies Can, which is about 1.8 million, is meant to span and cover the expenses over the entire 3-year period.
Thank you, appreciate that. And just again, in the budget package, I see in 2027, when we have expenses by object, I see it parallels what you're saying about the JRCC, as positions are potentially not required as forecast for salaries to go down, actually, as we are coming through the transition, and there may be less need for coordination and other individuals within the JRCC. Is that I'm reading that correctly, that those term positions will be evaluated, and as you said, if need be, future requests may go to HARP, I believe it is.
Yes, Councillor Melnick, that is correct. So the majority of the terms, most people who were brought in to support the recovery were brought in on 2-year terms. So that's the reason why the majority of them end in late 2026, because it was 2 years from when essentially we were able to recruit and get them in place for for supporting the recovery. And so we are budgeted based on the majority of the positions ending in 2026, and we budgeted also for some positions to continue beyond that into 2027. However, the request to DRP or to HARP to extend those positions past 2027 will need to take place closer to the ending of those terms.
Thank you for the answer. I appreciate that, and thank you, Mayor Allen. That completes my questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Councillor Roger.
His mic's off.
Apologies, Councillor Rogers, we cannot hear you at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, sorry about that. My question, Mr. Fark, is that are any of the urban planning jobs paid for by the recovery money?
Yes, Councillor Rogers, there are in fact, the two of the positions are funded by the DRP. There are 19 positions currently that are funded by DRP, of which only 8 are actually within the JRCC. And I believe there are also positions within UDS that are funded by the federal government through the HAP program as well.
Thank you.
Director Park, I have a question just about the organizational chart. Under business liaison, which I recall we specifically added that title because of the importance of economic recovery. And beneath the business liaison position is an economic recovery coordinator. There is a separate blue box for the financial recovery coordinator. What is the difference between economic recovery and financial recovery?
Thank you very much for the question, Mayor Ireland. So the financial recovery coordinator is essentially the JRCC equivalent of Emily. In fact, she was the original incumbent in that position. So as you can imagine, with over $80 million in external funding and grants, there are substantial reporting requirements and financial services that need to be managed just to manage those inflows and outflows of revenues. So there's a full-time position. And in fact, my expectation is of all of the JRCC positions, the financial recovery coordinator will remain funded for the longest period of time because they will be needed not just to support the program throughout, but to reconcile the grants at the end of the program. The economic recovery coordinator is the specific position that was created under the Commerce Continuity Initiative grant, so provided by Prairies Can, and that is to support the all of the work involved in the CCI. So they coordinate the pop-up village and work with all the businesses on Connaught. They work with the businesses that are in the industrial pop-up village, and they support other aspects of that work. So they are actually funded from a different source. They're funded directly from Prairies Can, and they're not funded from DRP.
Thank you for that, particularly the explanation of the financial recovery coordinator. You indicated when you spoke earlier in your presentation that JRCC would be responsible, might have been the word you used, but I won't stick that to you, for $80 million. That includes money that is in the Parks Canada budget, for example, for interim housing. What I'm interested in is whether that $80 million flows through the JRCC, so part of the duties of the financial recovery coordinator, or is that all itemized out of house by the separate entities, say Parks Canada?
So thank you for the question, Mayor Ireland. The only aspect that comes from Parks Canada of that 80 million is approximately 6 million in a contribution agreement that is specifically dedicated to supporting the interim housing aspects of the program. So otherwise, that 80 million, the majority of that, 73.14 million, is the DRP grant. And all of that funnels directly through the municipality. So that included things like the reception centers in Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie, which just the reception centers alone account for over $20 million of that budget. So all of those flows are required to flow through the municipality.
So simple but complex.
Agreed.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Oh, sorry. Other questions for Director Park? Councilor, or pardon me, Deputy Mayor Melnick?
Thank you, Worship. Seeing no other questions, I appreciate the presentation and again, recognizing that this is a very complex area for us as we move into the future and as we come through the past. And thank you for everyone's efforts in the JRCC. And with that, I would like to move that committee accept the recovery operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Is there any debate or does any councillor wish to speak to the motion? I see no hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And thank you, Director Park, and please extend our appreciation to the hard working team at the JRCC.
Hey, Mayor Ireland, our next area is urban design and standards. Director Sanders will be giving council that presentation. As she gets organized, I'll bring up the first slide for the area.
And as she gets prepared, Mr. Gibbon, we didn't deal with the 5-year capital plan for JRCC, but is there a need from administrative perspective for a motion?
Mayor Ireland, there's not. There are no capital items in 2026 and beyond for JRCC, so that's why there's no capital motions.
Thank you. Director Sanders, welcome when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor Ireland and the council. I'll start with a quick overview of the Urban Design and Standards Department. There are 10 people on the team, 9 of which are FTEs, so full-time equivalents. 2 positions are 0.5. Our GIS specialist is a 50-50 split with Parks Canada, and our energy and environment position is also 0.5. So just there's 10 people, but 9 full-time equivalent positions. So the Urban Design and Standards Department is what would be known in other municipalities as the Planning and Development Department. And we're not formally playing all of those roles at this time, but we will be when Planning and Development Authority is transferred from Parks to the municipality. But in the meantime, we are working closely with our Parks colleagues to improve planning and development policies and procedures to both support rebuilding efforts, but also to facilitate the improvement of all of those documents so that when they arrive with the municipality, they'll work well in a municipal context. There are a handful of term positions on the team, so I'll take a moment just to highlight those. The housing manager position is funded by the Housing Accelerator Fund, the HAF Fund, for a 2-year term. Leanne Pelche is in that position for 2 years, and Cam Jenkins is backfilling Leanne as the housing coordinator. So Mr. Jenkins is also on a 2-year term, but the housing coordinator position is a full-time position. And 2 of our town planner positions are 3-year terms funded by DRP, and one of those is on secondment from the City of Edmonton, and the other is a term employment contract. To the next slide and budget highlights, there are simply four objectives that the team is working towards. On the governance front, we're organizing ourselves to assume Planning and Development Authority. So that means preparing a series of what are called statutory plans under the Municipal Government Act. So we're looking at the Community Sustainability Plan from 2011 at Parks and how over time that can turn into a town plan for Jasper. We're also looking at the land use policy at Parks, which at some point will migrate over and become our land use bylaw. And then also how the architectural motif could turn into design guidelines when it arrives over with the municipality. We're also working on the development review and approval processes. So we're improving what we do now, our participation in that process, but also we're preparing simultaneously for the moment in time when we take on development and building permits. And our second objective, connected to what I was just speaking about, is to simplify the development review and approval process. The rebuild experience has allowed us to play a role with better understand how the municipality will play in that process and to coordinate our review of development as it takes place. So examples of that are things like the street and public space use permits have come to the Urban Design and Standards Department over 2025. We're continuing to approve that work. And also, what used to be the case is Parks Canada would send an applicant around with a sheet of paper around to different municipal departments. We're also improving that process so that the applicant doesn't have to do any of that. We're doing all of that on their behalf. So, third objective is we're aiming to improve housing resilience, which means continued implementation of the Housing Action Plan, which Council approved in 2025. And you'll notice two big numbers under revenue, the conditional grants, and under expense as the contracted services. And those two large numbers in 2026 reflect the receipt of and expenses associated with grant funding and the development and implementation of policies and programs. So for example, the HAF funding was $9.4 million. We're receiving that over 3 years. And we're also receiving additional grant funding coming over the course of 2026. So those allow us to continue to deliver like the additional dwelling unit program, housing needs assessment, and also continue to receive, like apply and receive more grants. And last, this budget will help us implement actions to help with our adaptation to climate change. The Climate Adaptation Action Plan was approved in 2025. In 2026, we'll go through a process of choosing some priorities for implementation and also to secure funding to implement those top priorities. And then lastly, we'll launch today was the Clean Energy Improvement Program. And that implementation, of course, is going to happen over the course of 2026. And to the capital side of the budget, next slide, thanks, Bill. The proposed capital budget lands essentially in two categories. One is about staff accommodation, so municipal staff accommodation. And there's efforts to improve our existing building at 895 Benham, but then also to rebuild staff accommodations that were lost in the fire in Cabin Creek. And then last on the capital element is to begin implementation of the Climate Adaptation Action Plan, the actual capital projects that will be identified in a feasibility study that we'll be undertaking in 2026. So you'll see funds in future years for the municipality to participate in future community housing projects. Consider this in the budget as a placeholder for future budget allocations. There's a lot shifting in our housing situation at the moment. That will get more clear over time. And with that, Mayor Ireland, I will gracefully and gratefully receive questions.
Thank you, Director Sanders. Questions from councillors? Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, I'll ask Director Sanders about the accelerated housing program numbers. How well has that been received so far in terms of applications?
Very good. The ADU program, I received a message this morning. We have 66 applications and I think it was 35 signed grant agreements. So it's well oversubscribed and we'll be in front of you in the new year with some ideas about how to best use the remaining funds for the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Now, do you anticipate I'm assuming this is going to be a quite a considerable addition to our inventory for housing. I've heard various conversations in and around about will we have an overabundance of housing, do you think? Or is this something that is just going to pick up the shortfall that we've experienced historically pre-fire?
Early in January, our housing manager, Leanne Pelche, will be in front of you with an update on the Housing Action Plan. That will have more details for you. Short strokes for now through you, Mayor Worship, to Councillor Frechette. When the fire arrived, we were already at a deficit of housing units in excess of 600 dwelling units. So we have a ways to go to rebuild, but also provide additional units in town before we're likely to experience anything resembling something other than a 0% vacancy rate. More details to come in January.
Okay, and with the change of, we're going to experience a lot of change of how we're going to use our community, and with just densities throughout the community, pockets of densities going up. Is part of your future planning to address how we use our communities in terms of pedestrian use and parking use? Is this something that is in your purview, or is this something that will just evolve as we develop.
Yes, it is in the purview of the Urban Design and Standards Department in collaboration with other municipal departments. So we'll be paying attention to all of that. Our first priority is the rebuild process and also looking at the housing situation. And as we're going further into recovery and thinking about repairs to streets, when recovery is complete or rebuilding is just about complete, we know we're going to have to do some improvements. So working with my colleague, Director Donaldson at Operations, to make sure that when we're rebuilding the streets after the homes have been rebuilt, that we can do so in ways that are supportive of all the ways people move around the community, for example.
Very good. I'm looking forward to that. I think there's some exciting possibilities out there. Thank you so much, Director Sanders. Appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor Melnick. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's it?
Sure. Well, I'll go to Councillor Roger.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Sanders. Director Sanders, what I'm interested in is that the town somehow doesn't end up with a lot more expense than we had before when Parks was taking care of things. So in your opinion, I understand the land rent that we're going to be saving is somewhere in the $300,000 range. And I presume there'll be some revenue from the work that you do for building permits and things, but are we able to, in the future, and it could be a couple of years from now, because I know there's going to be a lot more expense, than in the short term to get all these houses built, but are we going to end up in a deficit situation going forward with your planning department over and above what we were before when Parks Canada was taking care of it, when you consider the income we're going to get and the expenses? And I think what I'm really saying is that right now you've got, I believe, 10 employees. In the future, perhaps 3 years from now, what sort of department do you think you'll have? Will you have 1 or 2 employees, or what do you think is going to happen?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to Councillor Roger, I am a planner and I have a hazy crystal ball. But what I do know is typically municipal councils have to grapple with what you wish to charge for fees for the services. So for example, getting development permits and building permits, and then wrestle that with what are the service that the department is providing. So what that means is over time, when we're issuing permits, you folks will have a decision to make about what fees you wish to charge applicants. And typically in most municipal environments, those fees are not a full cost recovery for a department and how it's funded. So that's a bit of a flag perhaps that the department may or may not recover all of its costs. It's going to depend on the financial decisions that you folks make. The other piece to this is the department will, as we're currently doing, is regularly look for funding opportunities that can cover the costs of the things that don't bring in fees, right? So planning work typically does not have a revenue source, whereas a development or a building permit does. So it will require some financial acuity over the course of the years to come. CAO Given has a comment.
Yeah, I'd also just add, I think really the question is, what does the future structure of the department look like? And Councillor Roger, you referenced 10 staff. We have to note that 3 of those staff were pre-existing, before the concept of the municipality being involved in land use planning at all came about. We had an energy and environment manager position at that 0.5 position. So that was pre-existing and is integrated in this department because I think there's a really close linkage between some of the grants that are available, the built form of the community, and the structures that get built in Jasper. So that's not planning and development per se, but it is in this department. And it was a function that existed prior to the idea of the municipality taking on planning development. Actually reported to me for a little while. The housing manager, or the housing coordinator position, was another position that existed prior to the fire. Was a decision of the last council to increase the municipality's focus on housing. Previously, it had been done sort of off the side of people's desks. And it also reported to me. Again, understanding, appreciating the link between planning and development and housing and affordable housing, I chose to integrate that into this department. That's another one that existed and will probably exist independent of the municipality's role in planning and development. And then the GIS planner, that shared position with Parks Canada is a long-standing position well before I even got here. That position has existed. So out of those 10 that Director Sanders referenced, at least those 3 existed before the concept of the municipality being involved in planning and development. I think the more specific part of the question probably gets into, in the future, after we get through rebuild, what will the staffing complement need to be in order to support the ongoing development, permitting, and planning needs of Jasper once we're through recovery? And that's, I think that is, Director Sanders said, that's a little bit of a crystal ball question. The things that we don't quite know yet is how long recovery will take and how long we'll need the planning staff. But certainly we expect that there'll be some kind of transition over time. We have the capacity, the ability to do that because as Director Sanders said, of the positions that are there, 3 are term positions. Sorry, 2 are term positions. So we naturally expect that those will end at some point and the municipality will be able to reevaluate. So out of those 4 town planner positions that are shown on the chart, 2 are term positions that are expected to end. And at that time, we'll be able to reassess of whether we need more development officers, for example, to handle permits, or whether the staffing complement of 2 in that town planner area, plus the director, plus the admin, are adequate. So Councillor Roger, administration isn't expecting that this department will stay this way and grow into the future. We fully expect that this department will evolve, and that could include reducing in the town planner area or transitioning some of that planning function to more development permitting function. But that evolution will happen over time, and council will be regularly involved in that process.
Well, you know what I'm getting at. What we're hoping for, at least I'm hoping for, is that the land rent and the revenue from permitting will cover the extra staff that you need because Parks has given us the work to do. So that's what we're aiming for, and I think what you've said is probably aiming in that direction because, like you say, you've got existing staff that's part of the planning department. So anyway, those are my comments.
Yeah, Mayor Allen, to Councillor Rogers' point, absolutely, that's the intention. I would say, so the municipality, last council actually received a concept for staffing for planning and development function prior to the wildfire. And that showed that there would be a modest subsidy required for the operation of the department beyond what fees would be in the reduction in land rent. That's all a little bit out the window, and it's also dated because I think it was 2022 that we did that estimate. So we do have a plan and had established that prior to council supporting the establishment of the department and the director position. It is fully intended to be as self-supporting as possible, and we probably need to reevaluate that as we progress through recovery and start to look what the evolution of the department will look like.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Director Sanders. Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to in January having Ms. Peltier come and give us an update. That's very encouraging, the number of applications for the additional dwelling unit subsidies. You had made a mention, you mentioned about 2026 that there'll be opportunities to choose priorities for the climate adaptation implementation program. And I see that the funding is under FCM. And for clarity, does that mean that we'll be looking for grants through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for the various climate action programs that we'll be able to initiate here in the community?
Through you, Mayor Ireland, to Deputy Mayor Melnick, the short answer is yes. Our energy and environment manager, much like our housing manager, is very skilled at noticing what grant funds are available out in the country and is securing a fund for us to be able to go through the climate adaptation action plan that council approved earlier this year and identify which of those actions are going to be best suited, are going to help move the needle in our context. And then in the capital budget, you'll notice that we've also flagged another fund from FCM that could start to offset the capital costs for a series of projects that we choose to undertake.
Thank you. It's, I think, a new line and a new category in capital planning for the municipality based on our adaptation of the climate action plan. Thank you.
In the absence of other questions, I have a couple for you, Director Sanders. Recognizing that you don't have a crystal ball, you have still projected revenue through sales of goods and services out to 2028. For 2026, it's very low. Then it increases, not huge in total amount, but proportionally quite large in 2027, and then not much of an increase in 2028. What is the basis of that forecast? What revenue are you anticipating? And I ask because it seems to me that if somewhere in that term we acquire land use planning and development authorities, that seems like a low bit of revenue for permits, and potentially offsite levies would flow through this department. What is the basis of that projected revenue?
In the short term, Mayor Ireland, it is things like the street and public space use permits. What we don't know is when we'll have planning and development authority and at what time we'll have permit revenue coming in for us, or if it will be staged. So in a way, the further we look out on the budget that's in front of you, it's a bit of a placeholder, I'll be honest. And at a later date, when we know when we have planning and development authority, one of the things you can expect from the Urban Design and Standards Department is a budget that comes with some assumptions about permit activity and permit revenue. And one of the things that will need to be in front of you before we assume planning and development authority is going to be a bylaw that sets the fees for all of those permits as well. And when we have that fixed, we make some assumptions about permit activity, and then we can have a number that feels a little bit more firm in terms of revenue.
Right on the other part of that equation and the expense, there is an increasing deficit from 2026 to 2028 of about $70,000. Would it be fair to estimate that the expense projections are more realistic than the revenue expenses, and so that we perhaps are not looking at that amount of increasing deficit, but it's still a large unknown?
Yes, Your Worship. I don't like to say Your Worship, Mayor Ireland. Yes, I would concur with that assumption that the revenue is more unknown than the expenses. Yes.
On, or in respect to some technical details of the budget that I just don't understand. For 2025, there are transfers from reserves of $366,000 and diminished but similar amounts for the next few years. And then there are also transfers to reserves. And so I am just curious as to why we take money out and then put money back in. Why do we not just take less money out?
On this, Mayor Ireland, I will defer to CAO Given or Director Malinchuk for the accounting response to that question.
while Director Malinchuk's maybe calling up the specifics of that area, I'll just note that this is that complication. You know, we do have transfers in and use every year, and it can be in a couple of different categories, and really naming them so that they're clear for the average user like me. It could be a challenge. I will note, though, that the Urban Design and Standards Department does have a specific transfer in from the Financial Stabilization Reserve. So that really is explicitly a savings that we're using to reduce the impact of property taxes. So in 2026, there's a transfer in from that savings account. I'll just use that simple term of $60,000, and it's set to decline over time. So we're reducing the reliance on our savings. It's from 60,000 in 2026, forecast 50,000, and then 30,000 in 2028. So we're reducing the support of our savings account for the operations of that area. And I just want to check and see if, and I think that may be the main change there. So over the period 2026 to 2028, we're starting to shift more of the support for the department to the tax base rather than out of our savings. And again, given the level of uncertainty in the budget about when the transition of planning and development would happen, what it looks like through recovery, that approach is a financial strategy to try to sort of minimize that impact and smooth out any big swings that we would see. I don't know if Director Malinchuk would have anything else to answer about how the transfer in a year and the transfer out in the same year, what impact that has.
I don't have anything to add to that. It's been a standard process that we show that we're still trying to put away. We are pulling from the reserve. We're showing the actual accounting that we're doing. So as we need funds, we're showing that we're needing it and we're putting it on the books. And as we're trying to save for future events, we're still showing that expense to transfer to that savings account.
Thank you for that. It seems to me, and I haven't done the math, but the transfers from and the transfers to are proportional. So they each diminish over time, and it looks to me, without again having done the math, that it's proportional. So does that reflect a policy decision or a financial requirement that those two remain proportional?
Your worship, it would be an accounting method of making sure that everything is on the books and recorded appropriately. And that's why you see it here today as such.
Go ahead, Councillor. Go ahead,
Thank you.
CAO Giffen.
No, thank you. I'm happy you all have the job that you have. Another aspect that when you start to get into the more detailed budget, in the housing budget, administration is planning for some of the assets to transfer over to the JMHC in 2027. So Cottage Clinic and 895 Bonhomme, so they're structures that are currently on the municipality's books. We transfer into reserves to save away for future maintenance on those properties. So there are small transfers to reserves for a number of those different buildings and the housing department generally. In 2026, a number of those drop off, in 2027, pardon me, in 2027, a number of those drop off because we're planning for the transfer of those assets to the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation. And so that explains another portion of why there's a reduction in transfer payments to reserve in 2027, because those will be on the books of the JMHC. Those turn into zeros in 2027 in our housing budget.
Thank you for that. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, through you to Director Sanders. I was interested in the internal transfers. There was none in 2025, but there's a higher amount for 2026 and a reducing amount in future years. So I was curious about that.
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer, there was a change because we've onboarded, asset management into the operations section. So we are supporting, through internal transfers, the additional expenses that are occurring in that area because it will relate to all areas. There was another internal transfer. I'd have to look deeper, and that's why you see the shift in the 10,000. But in future years, that portion is just to the asset management portion. As well, that can change as we require more through asset management. Hopefully, it stays the same, but at this point, you can never fully forecast everything.
Thank you.
I see no other hands. I had one additional question, Director Sanders, on the capital portion of the budget. I'm just interested in the house that the municipality lost at 1251 Cabin Creek. It appears that the replacement cost will be about $1.1 million, which seems unfortunately to be about standard to replace a house in this community after the fire. But the funding source is both insurance and debt. So do I infer from that we had, other than guaranteed replacement costs because the house was rented, and so that we have a limit to our insurance and we'll have to fund some amount by ourselves? And if so, what is the proportion of debt financing that we're looking at?
Your worship, if I might answer that, you are completely correct. Because of the rental portion, we were not able to have the guaranteed replacement costs. At this point, it's looking at probably only about 200,000 for the municipality of the full 1.1 million. There's still some discussions with insurance at this point, so it's not a fully guaranteed number, but there is a plan that we would have to incur some debt for covering the full build.
Go ahead, CAO Given.
Yeah, Director Malinchuk's got it right. The additional information is that the municipality is building back more than was there initially. So the design is to have a full secondary suite. So the new design is an upgrade over the old design. As many people know, it was more than what you had in the first place. The insurance isn't going to cover that. So the municipality is getting good coverage on replacing the structure as it was. We're making a choice to make it better for us as staff accommodation. So the main floor and the upper floor will be the self-contained 3-bedroom single-family home up there. And then in the basement, we'll have a secondary suite with ADU with 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. So we could have 2 independent, non-related people living in the basement, obviously offering a lot more flexibility for the municipality as an employer. The house previously was just all one single family home. And so we didn't have that ability to house as many different ways in it.
Thank you for all those additional details. Are there any other questions of Director Sanders? If not, I would look for motions, firstly with respect to the operating budget and then the capital budget. Councillor Waxer.
The committee accept the urban design and standards operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Anyone wish to speak to the motion or debate the motion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And I would look for a motion as well with respect to the capital budget. Councillor Pichette.
I make the motion that the committee accept the urban design standards capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Pritchett. Again, does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Waxer.
Yes, I just want to indicate my approval or enthusiasm for the concept of adding an additional unit to the housing. I know that that will benefit the municipality in the future, and I appreciate your thought on that.
All right, the motion is open. I see no hands for debate, so I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed, so that is carried. And Councillor Roger has indicated separately that he is required to leave us, so thank you, Councillor Roger, for signing on from lands far away in a different time zone. Appreciate that you are able to be here for at least this portion of the presentations, and thank you very much for that. And we look forward to
I'll
seeing
be
you
there.
again.
I'll see you in the morning. I'll see you in the morning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I think at this point, we are now past noon. We have
Get him out of there.
quite a bit left to do, but we should take a break. Would a break to 1:30 be appropriate for staff and council? I see nods. And so for those watching online, they'll be able to sign back in, same link at 1:30, and we will reconvene. All right, and at that time, I will look for a motion as well that we continue beyond 4 hours for this committee meeting, just so we'll be good for the afternoon. Otherwise, I will call a recess now at 13 minutes past 12, and we will reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Good afternoon. We are back in session at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Given, I will turn it to you, but I believe that you will just use the opportunity to introduce Director Nadon.
That's exactly correct. The next of our departments up is Protective and Legislative Services, and Director Nadon is here to make that presentation.
Oh, yeah, Ralph.
Oh, yeah, we'll get.
Yeah, okay, Ralph will get there. Your motion eventually. Yeah, we'll get there.
Sorry for that interruption. Go ahead, Director Nadon.
Thank you, Mayor Arlen and Council. As Dale Given introduced, my name is Christine Nadeau. I'm the Director of Protective and Legislative Services. I'm responsible for emergency management, the fire department, bylaw enforcement services, as well as legislative services, which reflects in our org chart through my 3 direct reports, which are the fire chief, the licensing and enforcement manager, as well as the legislative services coordinator. And we have currently 4 fire staff in the fire department. So the fire chief, deputy fire chief, as well as 2 full-time captains. One looks after prevention, one looks after training. We also have a protective services coordinator who spends her time supporting both the fire department and bylaw. So that position also works with us on emergency management. It's shown on the org chart as reporting to the fire chief. And then also we have our volunteers. So the Jasper Volunteer Fire Brigade and all its members, we have anywhere between 25 to 30 volunteers is where we usually sit. So those are shown in a different colored box. So the municipality of Jasper is responsible for those volunteers from a health and safety perspective and operational perspective, although there's not that employment relationship as they do not get financially compensated for their services directly as individuals. Under our licensing and enforcement manager, we have currently 2 bylaw enforcement officers, and we have essentially 3 established positions in that department. 2 peace officers, 1 bylaw is the current complement, but depending on staffing and training, we tend to upgrade their skills and build them into these peace officer positions, but essentially 3 established positions there. And then under legislative services, we have our legislative services coordinator and then myself providing leadership, and that's the smallest staff-wise area of our department. Mind you, the steps and the work and the things that need to happen there are a big task. Next slide, please. So this year, the highlights of our protective and legislative services. It's a variety of ins and outs, some decreases in revenue, some increases in other areas. But specifically, under the council area, the main increase there is due to the council remuneration policy, so a policy that was passed by the previous council for the incoming council, which is always the case. So the increase there is for salaries and benefits. And then I'm going to go through the highlights. I'm happy to take any more detailed questions after. But another highlight in our area is where paid parking lies. So that is attached to our bylaw department. And so built into the base budget this year, you will note that I like that. We built in an increase of 50%. So under that revenue, you're seeing it's 200, right? $202,000 projected of increased revenue. So that represents a 15% increase. And the intent there, what we're presenting to council as part of the base budget, is that the rates would simply go up by 15%. So if you take the hourly rates or the day rate that were currently in place, that is the base proposal for your consideration. So that's an increase in revenue showing here. Mind you, that revenue gets redistributed to fund all kinds of initiatives and services and programs across the municipality, but that's where the cost center and the operation of the program lies. For us, Director Malinchak already touched on policing costs showing in our area. So in the Director of Protective and Legislative Services office line under expenses, so the first line, you'll note a $393,000, almost $394,000 increase. That is that amount. There's minor step increases for salaries and benefits and inflation on all other supplies, but by and large, that number represents the policing cost. And then also under the Protective and Legislative Services budget are the community group contributions. So you received those presentations from the external groups last week. And they are shown under council community contribution is the line that you see there. So it is currently showing an expense of negative $133,000, and that is simply because the library request from 2025 is included as is in that line item. So whatever additional cost for 2026 that the request would have to be added. But then the decrease, it means that all the other requests are currently not included in that base budget. So council has the opportunity to vote on each or however the process will unfold. Now that you've received those presentations, you'll have to decide which ones and to what extent you want to fund them. And then that line should come back closer to zero or to higher, depending how you go there. So I guess the key message being that the library 2025 contribution is included in there, but none of the external groups are currently accounted for in the numbers you're seeing in front of you. And so those are the big numbers, or the things that are not necessarily directly related to the operation of our department as Protective and Legislative Services, but are pieces that council can adjust to deal with the budget. And otherwise, in terms of our departmental programs and supports, as CEO Given mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, salaries and benefits, just the step increases in our staff progressing represents a lot of those increases. We have a few Fire Smart initiatives, namely the start of the program in 2025, but are looking to document it. We launched a residential sprinkler program, which has ins and outs, so it pretty much balances itself out. We sell sprinklers to residents and they pay us back. We just need to account for that in our finances, but we're also proposing to install some permanent sprinklers on critical infrastructure, municipal critical infrastructure. So there's a bit of that built into the fire department budget, as well as a new mental health program allocation for the fire department. So we've been using different sources and using our operating to support our crew there with the mental health supports. But we do feel the need to formalize that and have that added in. And so there's a $25,000 allocation that we're requesting as part of the fire department budget to be able to continue providing that and run more programs. And transfers to reserves being the other item. So namely, that affects the fire department, both in terms of fleet, but also in terms of building. So when we touch on capital, you will see that there's a few projects we're pitching there, and the fire hall, that asset is now nearing 25 years old. There's a lot of maintenance that needs to be done. And so transfers to reserves were maybe not sufficient in the past, so we've been slowly increasing them as we go. So sort of future proofing our fleet and our building is what's driving those transfers to reserves. And also, as part of our salaries and benefits, the pitch we're making for this coming summer, 2026. So we would like to add 2 summer term likely student positions to our fire department. So 2 summer firefighter positions, they would run from May until October. So that would allow us to keep our staffing levels up to ensure that we can meet the needs of our call volume, so mostly highway rescues, but also alarm calls and medical assists and things like that. But by and large, we're also looking for those positions to help with our prevention program, which includes Fire Smart initiatives. So completing home assessments on various properties. We did a lot of that this summer. We benefited from disaster funding to fund these positions. We had 8 term firefighters with us from the fall of 2024 until the fall of 2025. They just all ended their term at the end of September, so we're now back to our regular staffing. And in order to make some real progress in terms of Fire Smart programming in the community, we are requesting those 2 summer positions. And that is built into the salaries dollars that are currently in the base budget. So that request is included in the numbers that you are seeing. SLT and CO given, we had that discussion and we felt like those were important positions that should be included. So that is not the case for all new position requests, but those are built into the budget. So that covers operating. Yes, thank you. And then in terms of our capital budget, as a team, as a protective and legislative services team, but also with SLT, we really took a close look at what is our capacity to deliver on capital projects in 2026. So a few of them were deferred to 2027. But essentially, as I mentioned earlier, there's a need to invest in our building, namely the host tower's been leaking for a very long time. We've made some repairs, but we also have now a leak detection report that we commissioned this summer, so we know exactly what needs to be done, and the repairs are extensive. So we have an amount that's left in 2025 of $32,000, which we're planning to ask for a carry forward into 2026, in addition to the $90,000 that you're seeing in 2026 for host tower repairs. And I can tell you that this is likely to extend further on the building, so probably not in 2026, but we need to look at our building envelope as a whole, so that will come in future years. Wildland urban interface equipment for $50,000. That's the equipment that lives inside the trailers that are parked outside the fire hall. So pumps, hoses, sprinklers, as we use our system, as we deploy it, things break, or we realize we need more of this or not that. And so we need an allocation to allow for those changes to happen. Emergency services building and asset master plan. So we had $50,000 in 2025, which we have not expended. Again, we're looking to carry that forward into 2026 and couple it with the 100 that we're now asking. So when we come to capital budget year over year, we want a plan so we know exactly what we should be repairing, when, and to make sure we maximize our building and the replacement dollars. RTU is rooftop unit 2 replacement. So that came to us from operations. So that's the HVAC, heating and cooling systems that are on our rooftop. So our operations team tells us that one needs to be replaced. Generator upgrades. We've we did a study in 2025 and we need to expand our generator capacity because we can't currently add anything to it, but also that generator is now 25 years old. And the fire hall being our building for emergency management and emergency services, we need reliable power there. And similarly with the fire base air exchange system, that's a pretty big ticket item. So currently the air exchange system for the fire base attaches to the exhausts of the trucks. I'm giving you maybe a bit too much detail, and that system is outdated, can't be repaired. So we're looking for an air exchange system for the entire base, which will not only look after the trucks, but will also look after equipment off gassing. So after firefighters go to a fire, there's a need for that equipment to breathe appropriately to get rid of the toxins. And so this system would take care of all that. Again, we did the engineering, all that already, so we're pretty confident in the number for the project itself. And then landscaping, so just a little bit in front of the fire hall there is what we're asking for. And then wildfire resiliency strategy is probably our most, in my opinion, our most important project in terms of strategic planning and forward thinking. How do we get our community to be more resilient in the event of a wildfire? And the answer to that is there are a variety of different tools that we could implement to get there. And what we're asking for with this wildfire resiliency strategy is money for the toolbox, essentially. So to get a real thorough assessment of what are the options, what would be the most effective in Jasper, what should we be spending capital dollars on? And there's a myriad of things we could be doing, but we need a strategy and we need a plan. So in the future, you'll see if you go down a few more lines in 2027, 28, 29, we're forecasting some dollars there in wildfire resiliency strategy implementation projects. So then we can then take action on some of the recommendations that will come from that strategy. We've also added a new category to our capital plan, which is emergency management. We are deficient in our business continuity planning, so we need that project in order to become in compliance with the Emergency Management Act. And then for Fire Smart, we also added a new section under protective services, which Fire Smart Residential Incentive Program, 50,000. That is meant to be for a cedar shake roof incentive program to replace them, as well as coniferous trees. So trees that pose a hazard to homes. Some of the recent reports we received after the wildfire showed that those were some of the two main ignition sources for structure fires in town. So we want to help residents get rid of those trees or replace their roof. And so the details of the program have yet to be determined, but that's what that allowance is for. And then critical infrastructure permanent sprinklers, again, so $50,000 there. That is another recommendation of our after action review. So for example, if the fire hall, for example, had permanent sprinklers on the building, then we could spend valuable hours and minutes and equipment and staff time protecting other structures. So the idea is to equip permanently some of our critical infrastructure so it's already done. And then when the fire comes, we can focus on other values at risk. Lots of information. Happy to take questions. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
there's a couple requested by law, but they're not very big. AEDs for the trucks. And then radios. We're having a hard time with our radios. Radios are quite expensive. At $15,000, it's essentially a docking station, some batteries, and one radio is what $15,000 gets you. So that's usually an expense we see in the fire department, but bylaw has a similar requirement. And that is truly the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Director Nadon. Questions from councilors? Councilor Bichette.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, I've asked Director Nadal a question about the Fire Smart in green spaces, et cetera. Is that something that are common spaces? That's an exercise, the process that your department handles? Showing all the green spaces in town?
Mayor Ireland, through the Councillor Frechette, so our captain of prevention is tasked with the Fire Smart program, and municipal green spaces is where we have an active responsibility or jurisdiction to implement some changes. And Nick Kellis is our captain of prevention, and he's been working with the operations department, who actually manages those spaces and deals with projects and capital improvements. So it's a team effort between the fire department and operations, as in the fire department has the knowledge and the recommendations on what to do, but the physical doing of fire smiting those spaces would rest with the operations department.
So the operational crews would be informed as to what spaces have got potential fire hazards, trees that have been left lying around. So that's the process. You would approach your department, you would approach the operations, and they would clean it up essentially, or is there more to it than that? And it's just muni land, of course.
Yes, and I mean, depending on the scope and scale of the work that needs to get done, I mean, at some point it might require a capital investment, or that's partly why we're pitching this program to support residents with vegetation removal, because some of those big trees, it might cost you like $5,000 to get rid of one tree, right? So there is a limitation, as in Director Donaldson will allocate her staff, and if they can do it with an existing resources or a pretty low cost initiative to do it, then they would just do it. But then sometimes I think some of the work the scale is big enough that it might require a bit more than just informing us and getting it done, right? Like there could be limitations there. And from a public perspective, I would say you could approach our ops department or get in contact with our captain of prevention directly, and we would work together to see what can be done.
Okay, thank you. I just got one follow-up question. The base air exchange system, fairly big item. Is that imminent? Is that something that is going to be done like sooner than later?
Thank you for the question. Yes, because we can't repair the old one. So the Niederman system, it's called, is the one that connects directly to the exhausts. We have more trucks than exhausts venting available, but also we're spending quite a bit of money trying to fix that system, and it's old and we can't get parts, and it's a challenge. Again, we work with operations on that building maintenance. So the current system is not meeting the current requirements, and that's for the trucks specifically, but also like I added the off-gassing from the equipment that the firefighters wear is another spot where going with a system that'll service the entire bays as opposed to just hooking into the trucks. It's a health and safety risk to our crews, and therefore I would qualify that it needs to happen. I would maybe rely on Director Malinchak, but also the funding source. So Tash, correct me if I'm wrong, or I'm looking at the book, our capital plan here, and so DBF is what's slated as the funding source. So this is grant funding. So that project does not affect our reserves or the tax rate for residents.
Okay, so the time is right. Is that the same vintage as the building deal?
It is. That system is original.
So 25 years of service already. Okay.
The fire hall is one of our newest buildings, and it's already reaching life cycle replacement costs.
Yeah, and it's in a great structure, I might add, right like that. Thank you very much, Director Dodd.
Deputy Mayor Melman.
Thank you, Worship, and Director Dodd, if you'll indulge me for a moment. We've now been meeting after our break for an additional 20 minutes, approaching 3 hours and 35 minutes of actual meeting time, and our procedural bylaw requires us to make a motion to extend the meeting before 4 hours of actual meeting time. And if I may, Your Worship, I'd like to make a motion to extend this meeting beyond 4 hours.
Thank you for your attentiveness, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Thank you for the motion. And just a reminder that this is a motion that requires unanimity. If anyone is opposed, the meeting ends. With that in mind, I will call the question. All those in favor? If there are none opposed. So we can continue. Well, we could continue for another 25 minutes anyway, but then we would end. All right, I turn it back to you, Deputy Mayor Melton.
Thank you, Worship, and I did that early because this is a large topic, a large department, and we could get involved in conversations and lose track of time. But thank you for the presentation, Director Nadon. And I want to ask a question about the policing costs. The costs that were reallocated were the same RCMP policing costs as last year, which the provincial government had frozen. Have we heard from the provincial government what our future policing costs will be? In other words, is there a chance we might have an increase of that $379,000? Or nothing that I've seen indicates to me that there'll be an increase, but I'm wondering if we've been approached by the provincial government already, knowing full well that municipalities are doing their budgets.
I'll maybe just take that on Director Nadon's behalf. So the province of Alberta is reviewing the police funding framework. They'd originally approved that for 5 years. I believe 2026 is the fifth of those 5 years. And the province had announced that they were going to hold the amount steady while they undertook a review of the costing framework. They call it funding framework, but it costs us money. So the province is undertaking that review. As with any provincial decision, there's no saying exactly when they might choose to implement that. I'm sure municipalities across the province will be advocating that there would be a notice period, so municipalities could consider that in their budget, but we haven't received anything from the province saying that we should expect an increase in 2026. But they have indicated very clearly that they're reviewing, and I would imagine that at some point down the line there will be an increase, but we haven't got an indication from the province yet.
Thank you, CAO Gibbon. I may continue to ask another question and then perhaps come back for other questions. In the capital, there is the project for the wildlife resilience strategy. Wildfire resilience strategy. Glasses don't seem to help much. Are there plans to coordinate that work with Parks Canada? To be able to coordinate between the two entities here in the park?
Mayor Ireland through to Councillor Melnick, absolutely. However, the scope and the purpose of this item is very much centered on the town site, which is our jurisdiction when it comes to emergency management, therefore wildfire protection. But as you can imagine, there's that interface immediately outside the town boundary, or in the backyards of the properties that are right on the edge of town, right, where we must coordinate with Parks Canada in the event of work that we would undertake there. So yes, the answer to that is yes, and we've already had conversations with them around what's feasible, what's not, what kind of climate they are working under, what's likely to succeed, what kind of budgets they're looking at. And so coordinating our efforts so we make sure that they work well together moving forward is definitely something that is part of this project and that we've already discussed in preparation for making this pitch. But also from a community perspective, I think that's the shift that is happening now in the wildfire area, is that the community preparedness itself. So despite the fuel reduction work that was done over the years around Jasper, what really caused the loss of numerous structures in town was the fact that people's properties, people's yards, like things that are inside the town are where we can improve our wildfire resiliency. And that's more so the scope of this proposal, but it would also include the area that's immediately adjacent to the town site, therefore would involve Parks Canada. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, Director Nadon.
Nope, I'm gonna go to community groups.
So I just wanted to get something. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. There's a few things I'd like to talk about with this, but the first being the community group requests is what administration wants from us today is to move specific items, I think it was 10 or 11 groups. And my very basic math, it's about, if we were to fund absolutely every ask, is about just over $250,000. Does my math?
I would maybe look to finance to confirm, but I'll believe you. And we have a separate section, so
Coming up.
whatever council decides will end up in this area. But we appreciate the discussion around community groups is a little bit more subjective and tends to have a little bit more discussion. So we have a separate section after the department presentations where council can discuss each of the independent community group requests and vote on each of them independently. This is just sort of a recognition of whatever you do there will show up here in this budget.
Okay, thank you.
If I might, just because we're on that subject, and I recognize Councillor Waxer. On the issue of council community contributions, my understanding from previous meeting was that the amount that was awarded to the library last year is embedded in this budget. That was about $213,000. But the line item for expenses for 2026 is $295,000. So there is more in that than just the library. So can you tell us what else comes under council community contribution in that $295,000?
Mayor Ireland, you are correct. There are additional items that make up the rest of the expenses in that area. The biggest one being for 2026, a $58,000 allocation for contribution to child, youth, and senior access. So I believe that is for it's a consideration for free access to recreation facilities by school-age children, and seniors is an area that council added over the years to get free passes. If I'm not mistaken, that would show up as a revenue somewhere in community development. So the expense, there's no physical cost, therefore it's a expense in here, and it's a revenue to consider that the facility needs the maintenance to upkeep that amount of people going through. So shows 58,000 as an expense here, shows up as revenue in community development is the big chunk. And then there's also the community Christmas party is in here. So between two separate line items, about $9,000. Volunteer appreciation along the lines of $8,000 between advertising and services. As well as the pancake breakfast also shows up under this area. And that makes up the rest of the expenses. Some of these are offset with some revenue, pancake breakfast, Christmas party, and volunteer appreciation namely. But that revenue, as you probably see in your document, is around $9,000. So more expense than revenue in that area.
Thank you for that. And for some of the community group requests, again, I don't want to get us ahead of ourselves, but because it reflects in the budget for protective and legislative services. If, for example, we accede to requests to waive or reduce rent for users in this building, would that show up both as an additional expense here and revenue for this building, or would that just show up as an expense for the facility? I'm just trying to make sure that with respect to community groups, we treat them all relatively the same so that whether it's an expense here or there, it gets reflected. So if you can understand my question, I see that Director Malinchuk has the answer for them.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The current process would, and this has happened in the past as well, the full expense is recognized in that area. So say they request a dollar amount and a waiver of lease, then the full amount of expense is recognized in the area. And then when the revenue is short, there's a shortfall in the revenue in the library area, service area, then at year end, there's an internal entry that transfers the funds from the expense over to the shortfall in the lease so that it covers the amount that should have been recognized as revenue. So it does fall within the expense for that group. And then because it's not a cash value transfer, it's just an internal transfer so that we're still recognizing the revenue is offset by the expense that occurs in that area of being supported for that request.
Mayor Ireland, so maybe using this building as an example, because that's where it happens the most.
Yeah.
So the budget for operating this building is in community development, I believe. And it would have a lease revenue expectation and expense associated. That would all just carry the same. Council, if you choose to waive some rent or some lease costs for an organization that's located in this building, that would show up as a expense in the council community group side. And at the end of the year, when the community development department's revenue doesn't meet expectation, finance will transfer over the money that we collected to fund the council community group contributions in this budget area and transfer it over to community development. I mean, the net effect is that we can clearly see all of council's financial support for external organizations under the line item here in the protective and legislative services budget, right? Like that way it's not buried in a bunch of different budgets. So financial support that you choose to give to external organizations will show up under council community contribution, whether it's in the form of a direct cash contribution to an organization and financial support, or whether it's foregone revenue. The value of that will show up on this line item. Other departments still budget as though they're going to get full revenue. It's just that revenue is paid for by the council community group area. And this is really what happens with the youth passes to the Fitness and Aquatics Center. Fitness and Aquatics budgets a certain amount every year for passes and entry fees to the pool. Council has made a policy choice to say some people don't have to pay for that. Well, we don't, and in the end, the effect could be achieved either way. But what we've chosen to do is quantify, say council has made these choices to support the community in a certain way. And the total value of those in 2025 was $428,687. That includes the supported reduced rent for JAG. That includes financial contributions, cash contributions to external organizations like the library. That includes the value of youth swimming passes. That's all captured in that $428,000 in 2025. You'll see that the proposed in 2026 is $295,000. That's because there's still a bunch of other decisions that council has to make on community group funding. When inevitably you choose some of those, they will show that line increasing. So that the expense is there and it will be recognized as revenue in other departments as necessary. Clear as mud?
I think it satisfies my question, although I think there might be other questions, but just confirm that I haven't understood. And again, not trying to get into the specifics of community group requests. My math, I think, is similar to Councillor Hall, which may make it even more dubious. But from all the community group requests we had, I think I totaled them up to about 710,000, but then we subtract the 213 for the library that was there last year and is already in the budget. And I think we tentatively agreed to reduce the request from the Legion by about 240,000. So that seems to me there's 257,000 remaining. If council was to approve all of those, would that line item on the far right move from a decrease of 133,000 to an increase of 124,000? It would all show up on that line is what I'm asking. Okay.
Your worship, and nobody would have seen us do that, but yes, we're nodding. That's correct.
Yes.
So yeah, when you make decisions, so right now it's showing as though we're spending less on community support in 2026. That's because there's still some decisions to be made. When, should council choose to support any of those requests, that $133,000 in savings will start to evaporate.
And all requests will show up there, but they may also show up elsewhere as well. Well, the rent, for example, will be revenue augmented for this facility. Oops, do I turn myself off? It will show up in community development as revenue coming in, but it'll be a transfer from this part. Go ahead.
Thank you. The revenue is already recognized in the budget as presented because that is what is set in contract. So that is already built in, so we won't see additional revenue put in after. We've only made it so council can make the decisions based on the requests, but we know that we have set an amount that those organizations are supposed to contribute back.
Thank you. Perhaps all I've succeeded in doing is confusing everybody else. Councillor Waxer, you were waiting, but Deputy Mayor Melnick, did you need further clarification on this?
Well, while we're on this topic, regarding, for example, we're gonna pass the budget. And in February or March, we're gonna get a request for a reduction of fees for the use of Commemoration Park or the use of the arena or from a community group. So there's a budget built for revenue. And if we reduce fees for an event that we didn't know about, would that expense show up under this line? Or would we just not charge for that use of that facility? And the only reason I ask is it's like a consistency in the accounting for us for giving rent and where we're going to show the expense. We want the activity center or the aquatic center or the arena to receive the appropriate revenue to support the costs that go along with that. But then that forgiven rent should show up as an expense someplace.
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick, are we speaking hypothetically then?
For an event that's yet to be announced that's going to occur in July, sure.
Okay. So if a decision is made once the budget is set, doesn't change the budget numbers, it would change the actual revenue or expenses incurred that were approved by council. And then any kind of then that would be the support. The motion would be support to any underage or overage that was incurred in those areas. So it wouldn't change the budget itself as approved, but we might see an overage or under in revenue or expense.
Yeah, I'll just speak to that. So Director Reed and I were just talking, that obviously happens in his facilities the most. And I don't know that we have so we have this approach to tracking explicit council decisions during budget. And what you're talking about is, okay, so we also have a council policy that says when we, administration has the ability to waive a certain amount, up to $2,000 administratively, or somebody can come to council for fees and charges to be waived if it's above that amount. And that happens throughout the course of the year. I think the answer is no, we don't budget an amount for that. In the end, they're just a reduced revenue for the facility. And I don't know that we're capturing that, or we certainly aren't, to my knowledge, assigning that to this line item. I think it is just foregone revenue in the facility. So the activity center would have slightly less revenue in the rental side because we waived some fees for Dark Sky Festival. And I'm just using that as an example. I don't know, though, that we budget with the expectation that we're going to get the revenue from Dark Sky in the first place. So it might be an area where we could do better at capturing that and reporting it regularly. In the end, it has really just been recorded as gift in kind and no real net impact to the municipality, because I'm not sure that we were counting on that revenue in the first place, if that makes sense. But it's possibly an area where we could do better at capturing that, recording it, so that we could clearly show the municipality's overall support for community events and organizations. Because, you know, the way that I framed it of, you know, the $428,000 in 2025 probably doesn't include the amount of foregone revenue for supporting Dark Sky Festival, for example. I think it probably doesn't, and that's something we can improve at.
Thank you all for the explanations, and thank you, Your Worship, for indulging me.
Well, and thanks to Councillor Waxer for indulging us both and waiting so patiently. So Councillor Waxer, go ahead.
And not to mention that he took my question. I was going to reference F-104 and how it applied to that. But that's the answer. The answer is out, so that's wonderful. I did have one other question, and that was in regards to the capital item on critical infrastructure permanent sprinklers. And my question is the captain of prevention working with other leaseholders of critical infrastructure such as schools or the hospital to have them consider putting in their capital plans the permanent sprinkler systems as well?
Mayor Ireland, through the Councillor Waxer, yes, absolutely. And actually, that position was very busy this summer to the point where other areas of the position were, you know, we're really focused on Fire Smart to begin with. And now we're getting to inspections and things like that. So yes, not only with critical infrastructure owners. So again, if the hospital were to put up a permanent sprinkler system, that would be their plan and their expense, right? Like the dollars we're asking for here in the capital budget is for our own municipal buildings, some of which are already underway, but there's lots to cover. And also the captain of prevention works with any and all members of the public who consults and needs advice on that kind of stuff, and that includes some of our commercial property owners as well. So we've been quite happy with the uptick and the demand for the service.
Did you want to talk about parking first? No.
I had some questions, but before you motion, but
Director Didon, and this might be more general beyond your department, but I'll start with you. For paid parking, you have suggested, I think you said a 15% increase. That is based on the 2025 approved budget. Do we know what the actuals were and how close were they to the budgeted amount?
Your worship, if I might be able to answer that, we're not completely done with the receivables on that end of things. They're always a few months behind. But looking at my projections, I think that we might be 100,000 short, but then there's also some aspect that we have to look at of space used for the pop-up village as well. So loss of revenue that was incurred by having to do that for the business community. So there's a good we will be coming in at a very closely to our budget for 2025.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And again, at a very general level, the province has agreed to give us stabilization funding for lost revenue. Is that stabilization funding based on the approved budget amount? So, I mean, it's always possible that our actuals are, it's impossible to know what we would have earned. So do they simply base it on what our projected revenues would have been for the year?
Mayor Island, yes, that's correct. So administration has gone through and financial stabilization The largest component is obviously due to the loss of assessment, but we've taken a pretty comprehensive view, particularly through 2024 and really gone through all the different revenue lines in our budget and identified areas where we can make a solid argument, a defensible argument that our revenue would have been higher or met our budget expectations had it not been for the wildfire event. And where we can demonstrate, paid parking was budgeted to gain this much revenue. And as a result of the loss of available parking inventory, because we had to set some aside for support for businesses affected by the wildfire, that's absolutely the line of reasoning that we take forward to the province. And we've done that in aquatic center entry fees as well. So we were able to identify that a little bit in community development and some other areas. But I think the nature of your question, particularly as it relates to paid parking, if the municipality budgets for an increase in revenue, and through whatever mechanism we use to do that, but and we don't meet that, if we can demonstrate that it was as a result of the wildfire and affects the wildfire, I think that that's an argument that we can make. But as you heard Director Malinchuk say, we believe that we're going to be pretty much spot on, plus minus, with the 2025 projected revenue. So I don't really know that, and I think what she's saying is that any loss, if we did experience any, we'd be able to make that case very, very easily. I suspect that we'll be pretty close to spot on to budget. So we were able to achieve our budget projection in terms of revenue for paid parking, in spite of the fact that we had to dedicate some of the inventory to support businesses affected by the wildfire.
Thank you for that. I will come back to some questions I have about the capital budget. I'll go first to Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. So glad you brought up paid parking. I think we could increase this year, a projection. I think it'd be nice to see another couple $100,000 over the 200,000. I think we could look at maybe talking about increasing paid parking to a year-round program. If there are demands for parking in the winter from visitors, there's going to be demands for revenue. It could be lesser, maybe less dollar amount or at different times or different program. But yeah, I think we could increase our paid parking. Last week in Banff, they raised theirs to $9 an hour in the summertime and $7 in the winter. I know we're not the same place, and they do have an extra. Last year, they added an extra $2 an hour to their program, and that money goes directly into this climate resiliency reserve, which I think would be a neat thing to talk about as well. But I just want to see what the temperature on this table is for increasing this year.
If I could just ask a question of Director Dedon. You have indicated in the projections a 15% increase. Have you figured out how that would be actualized? Would that be a 15% increase in the hourly rate, or would it expand the time that it exists, or would it expand the area which is covered, or some combination of all of that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Ireland. I was just discussing this with Seal Given earlier. So currently, I believe the proposal to increase the revenue by 15%, the intent is just to increase the rates by 15% would be the most direct way to get there. And that sort of removes some of the, not the guesswork, but some of the nuances that may arise from changes in the program. So pending the outcomes of council's decision, if you were to set a different amount that you would like to see in additional revenue, I think administration's recommendation would be that you direct us to go and assess how we could best get there. So whether it's a further increase in the rates, or it could be adding zones or modifying the timelines or considering a year-round program, administration would like the opportunity to look at that administratively and come back with proposals that would meet whatever budget target you might set. So the policy level discussion being where do you want the revenue to be? And then give administration a chance to take that away and suggest how we might get there.
Thank you. Councillor Hall?
Thank you. I should have said this when I was speaking earlier, but an extra couple $100,000 would help us support our community groups. Because that's going to be above and beyond what this budget already is. It is the only way we get money directly from the visitor. And yeah.
Councillor Hall kind of threw it out there to council. There is not a motion yet. Councillor Waxer?
Just taking this opportunity, thank you, Mayor Ireland. I've taken the opportunity to just put out that a number of residents have approached me and basically berated the fact that we're not charging residents, that they say anecdotally they're seeing a huge number of residents parking in the downtown core and that they wished we were charging for charging residents as well. So I'm putting, that's a perspective I've heard quite consistently, and I thought it was important to at least put it on the table. Recognizing that it doesn't directly contribute to getting more income from visitors, but it just seemed related to.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Councillor Burchett?
Thank you, Mayor Ivan. And through you, I'd like to ask Director Nadell or CEO, given to the cost of putting up the parking signs, taking the parking signs down, the machinery, and the sounds like an artificially low cost for parking compared to, say, Banff. Coupled with the fact that our locals citizens don't pay at all. I agree with Councillor Hall that I think we have a culture that says you can park anywhere, anytime if you're a local, and I'm as guilty as anyone. But I'm just wondering if it wouldn't serve well to flesh out these ideas. It would mitigate some of the costs of setup, takedown. When I see visitors paying their parking, they seem to be very adept at it. They just walk up and bada boom, bada bing, they're in and they walk away. They don't seem to quibble over the cost of it. It would seem to me that parking, whether we like it or not, has become a very valuable commodity in our community. This may serve to encourage pedestrian use. It may encourage bicycle use for our locals. And I think it would add to our coffers for indeed helping to support our community applications for funds, which I think many of them deserve a serious consideration. I wonder if we couldn't explore that further. Thank you.
CEO Gibbon?
Yeah, Mayor Ireland. So I think that there's there's at least a couple of different issues being discussed simultaneously here. Sort of the principle of should people pay for parking, and has been sort of established. We have a limited supply. There's lots of demand on that supply, and the municipality's expenses associated with it. It's also a source of revenue that we have that allows us to directly connect with visitors and gives us an opportunity for them to support the services that they enjoy at Jasper. So that's sort of that principle based. Then beyond that principle, there's the how might we do that, and the discussion between the program characteristics. So we've got a principle, and then we've got program characteristics based on that principle. So it's limited supplies, the principle. We want to connect with visitors. What would a program look like? And so that's where we get into things like, should it be year round or should it only be seasonal? Should it have different rates for on-street versus in parking lots? What should the rate be? Should we be up at bounce rate or should we at something lower? Those are all characteristics of the program. And then the final one is, how much money do you expect to make from this? And so administration's suggestion would be that the principle has probably been broadly established. Previous councils have said, yes, we should have paid parking and for these general reasons. So we can set that one aside. Then it gets down to program characteristics and how much revenue council would expect to make. For today, the advice from administration would probably best to focus on how much money do you want to make from paid parking? Give us that direction. And then in the new year, we can probably come forward with a couple of different alternatives on how you could adjust the program characteristics to meet the revenue expectation that you set. So I mean, we've been through some paid parking discussions at the council table over the last number of years, and those can all start to get overlapping. From our experience since we've started paid parking in Jasper, the revenue expectation that administration is advising is very achievable, with only a modest increase to the existing program. If council wish to set a higher revenue expectation, I believe it's very achievable, and there's probably at least 3 different ways that you could achieve it. So we don't have to decide on the program characteristics today. It really is about council telling us how much revenue you expect the program to bring in.
Director Dedon.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through Councillor Frechette, and I'll be happy to discuss and present all of the ins and outs that may look like in a report in the new year. The only piece I would add is that from a community perspective, from businesses, from residents, from how the program functions and the technology, and there's a lot of layers to make it work, and that's why we don't want to get into really those conversations today, but more so focus on what council wants to achieve in terms of revenue, and then we can have the discussion about how to get there in the new year is what we're proposing.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Now I forget who it was. I think it was CAO Given. You said to get to the current request, $1.5 million in revenue would be a very modest increase. So if we wanted to get to 1.75, it would be 2 times modest.
So the approach that administration took in building the revenue expectation that's incorporated into the base budget, it was simply to say there was a 15% increase applied to our existing rates. So what you're proposing sounds like it kind of gets to a 30% increase in our base rates, which still leaves us, I mean, Councillor Hall has been doing all the looking at comparables, but still leaves us quite a ways away from Banff. And that isn't incorporating any program changes, expanding to other areas that aren't currently covered, changing the seasonality. Also, that's why I say it's very achievable. So a 30% increase to the existing system is pretty modest, I think, given what we've seen some other municipalities do in terms of the level, Banff has done increases above 30% in a single year, and they have a much broader system than us. So that's Mayor Ireland, where I say administration built in this 15%. That seems very modest and ultimately very, very achievable. Council could also, if council's definition of modest is larger than ours, that's okay.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Question for Director Dedon. Is there any way to track how many residents park downtown versus visitors parking downtown during the paid parking season?
Mayor Ireland, through the Councillor Hall, currently, no.
Okay.
But, and essentially because our program doesn't require residents to do anything when they get there.
Yeah.
There are systems in place in other communities. There are ways to regulate it. I'll be the first to admit that we had a bit of a rough start with the implementation of our residential parking program, and that's why we've shied away from it. What it would take to develop a program that works and that does monitor or limit more so what residents can and can't do is absolutely something we can explore, but something that I would want to ensure that the program functions very well before we launch it to residents. So currently we don't track it, but we certainly could with changes to the program.
If I may, I think that's a conversation a little ways away from here, and I do agree with Councillor Frechette that it is just a mindset change, but I think we could achieve a higher goal by expanding zones and moving to year round. I think there's still a free parking lot across the train tracks. The RV parking lot is still free. That could maybe move into our paid parking zone. Is there still an RV parking across from the Nesser's grocery store that's free? Like, there are some spaces, I just think that there could be, it's not free to park. That's what I'm getting at.
Councillor Frechette.
If I could just make just a brief observation, I have family that live in Calgary and they tell me it costs more for them to park than it costs them to drive. So it's an interesting analogy. Obviously the distances are farther and whatnot, but I agree. I think that much of this is a culture shift, a mindset, and how we use our community. We live in a very small community, and I think that certainly if locals need to go downtown, they need a vehicle occasionally. I think that's understandable. But to go down and just leave your vehicle there all day, simply, well, I know we can afford that. Anyhow, it's just an observation of other communities that how they deal with it. It's certainly not unique to us. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. My question for administration is, when we make a motion on this, would you prefer a % increase or a dollar amount to reach?
Consensus seems to be a dollar amount would be easier to manage.
Just in advance of a motion, I just had some questions on different subject, capital budget.
Yeah.
If I could interject for a bit. Just for clarity for the public, you've referred to funding sources including LGFF, and there is an LGFFC and an LGFFO. Can you just clarify what those are?
Yes, Your Worship, I might be able to do that for you. LGFF is Local Government Fiscal Framework. The -O is for operating, the -C is for capital. So the operating being that even though you see it on the capital side, it will do the transition and be kind of reported on the RMR side of things, like we spoke about before. And the CCBF is the Canada Community Building Fund.
Thank you. And so in each case, the LGFF, whether it's operating or capital, are funds from the provincial government, not local funds, not municipal tax dollars.
Correct.
And the CCBF is federal money.
Correct.
And again, not tax supported. More generally, with respect to the capital budget, then I can understand why you would want a wildfire resiliency strategy early in the game. But as a priority item to move forward, and I guess it's all equal in the sense that it is all coming forward in 2026. But the amount for this strategy exceeds the amount for the residential incentive program and the permanent sprinkler system. And in terms of whatever the phrase might be, bang for the buck and protecting our community, I wonder whether, in particular, the sprinkler system, the permanent sprinklers, is adequately funded, and whether that might be, and I don't know whether we could use LGFF money for that, but that seems like a small amount to protect some of the facilities that we might want to protect, including the emergency services building, potentially including the wastewater treatment plant. I don't know where permanent sprinklers are going to be required, but $50,000 doesn't seem to take us very far from what I see of costs out in the community. So I'm just interested in prioritizing those expenses, knowing that we have limited capital dollars, and are we better off spending them on tangible assets than developing a strategy?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Ireland. And I think I would refer you to the wildfire resiliency strategy implementation projects and the numbers that are presented in those years. So that essentially $200,000 annually in 2027, 2028, 2029. So that's where the bulk of the investment would actually take place. And to give you an idea of how we got to essentially asking for the toolbox instead of asking for the tools, right? So I came to SLT and I wanted tools. And then we had the discussion around, well, how do you know which tool is one, the most effective, and two, where we should be prioritizing and spending our money on, and recognizing that there will be a significant amount of dollars that will be required to be spent, which we hope to scope better and have a better grasp on through the development of the strategy. So then we can go and get those expensive tools in future years. So, you know, going back to the station and explaining this to my fire crew, I thought they won't be happy. I'm not getting them tools. I'm getting them a toolbox. But there was very quick consensus around, yes, absolutely. Like we're talking significant investment in community resiliency. We need to prioritize them. We need to know that we're spending the money on the things that will actually make a difference. We have a pretty good idea operationally of where we think that lies, but we do think that there's a broader process that needs to take place to make sure that we spend those dollars appropriately, not unlike the asset management plan we're asking for the building, right? Like we could go, I can tell you that the roof needs repairs, but before we do that, what's the other pieces of the building that we need to look at? So it's kind of the same approach. In terms of critical infrastructure permanent sprinklers, I'll also bring your attention to the WUI, wildland urban interface equipment. So a lot of those pieces of equipment on their own are not necessarily very expensive. So think a hose or a pump, pumps are pretty expensive actually, you know, sprinklers or, you know, hose size or whatever. Like the bits and pieces of the equipment by themselves don't necessarily amount to a very large amount, but that's also different than next time we build a new municipal facility that does count as critical infrastructure, engineering a system where that system is built in is kind of a bit different than we're approaching this from a bit of a, not a retrofit, but it's an addition, right? So right now we're using bits and pieces that are hoses, sprinklers, pumps. And essentially it would look like, you know, the sprinkler system is set up and there's a piece of hose that hangs on the side of the building and all we have to do when the fire comes is hook it up instead of going on top and setting it all up, right? So that's essentially what that looks like in the near term. It's additional WUI equipment. You know, this may not be 100% accurate, but you know, I could have not gone with critical infrastructure permanent sprinklers and just added that 50,000 to wildland urban interface equipment, and we could have been achieving similar outcomes. So we need these things because we recognize that if we have another fire, we need to spend our valuable time and resources covering as much items as we can. And the key to doing that is to pre-sprinkler the stuff that's really critical. So really where it'll come into play and where the real investments are going to be is going to be in 2027, 2028, 2029. Mr. Gibbon wants to chime in.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Mayor Ireland, you know, the question, I appreciate the idea of saying there's stuff we know we should be doing sooner. Why don't we put more money into that tangible stuff in 2026? I think is sort of the nature of the question. And the answer to that would be, we are doing the things, the low hanging fruit that we know with good certainty that we can and should start doing now. That's the residential incentive program, the critical infrastructure permanent sprinklers. We know there's a demand in the community and a need organizationally for some of these things. how far will $50,000 get us with replacing roofs in Jasper? Probably not all that far. I could see that being an ongoing program for the next 5 or 10 years. But we might want to judge whether providing a financial incentive to homeowners to replace their cedar shake singles is better, the same, or worse in terms of overall community resiliency than installing a permanent wet line around the municipality. Like, you know, there are trade-offs. I don't think we wanted to wait to do anything until we've got the full plan. That probably wouldn't be all over the community, or certainly within the fire service even too. We know that there's things that we can do. So what I think we've done here is identify the actionable low-hanging fruit to get started in 2026, while saying we have a suspicion that there's a bigger plan and more capital costs to come in future years. And you can see some of that in the, as Director Nadon said, under the resiliency strategy implementation projects. For now, we're reflecting $200,000 a year. So $150,000 to plan how we're going to spend $600,000. And that ratio, you might say, well, is that the right ratio of planning versus implementation? My suspicion would be that ultimately there are a lot more wildfire resiliency capital projects than $600,000 worth that this community would probably benefit from. For administration, I think we would be not doing our job if we didn't come with a well thought out plan that was feasible, well costed, and got the best bang for the buck. So if next year in 2027 budget, we come and say, actually, we said $600,000 over 3 years, it's $1.2 million or 10 million, whatever the number is, we just pick any number. You should be able to say, what is the plan for this? Rather than, is this just a collection of things that we thought were a good idea? And so the idea, the principle here is we want to build a very solid multi-year plan that can guide future capital investments to improve the community's resiliency to wildfire. And we think that that's worth $150,000 to do because we see it guiding a lot more investment over the following years.
All right, thank you for that. I, of course, won't debate with administration. I understand the need for a plan. I worry about our fire crews facing a fire, holding an empty toolbox. It's a concern, but I appreciate the analogy. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Island. On that line of questioning, it's all unfunded for the next 3 years. Are there, like, getting a plan that help us maybe qualify for some grant funding? Like, I know the federal budget kind of have a little less climate things in there, but I'm just curious if there is funding out there that could potentially help with this expense.
I'll say Director Nadon may have some other things around funding, but it does change from time to time. And absolutely having a plan, it puts you in much better stead when you go to apply to funders, because then you can provide all the details and it's ready to go almost. Funders are often looking for shovel-ready projects. And shovel-ready means that you've got the planning done and that it's within reasonable certainty what your costs are going to be, what your timeline for implementation is. And so it is hard to go and seek out grants, particularly competitive ones, if you haven't built the plan in the first place. So that is a part of the intention. We've seen that. I'll go back. Maybe we've seen that in other service areas that were new to the municipality. We started off with a feasibility study funded by a grant. Then we brought forward a recommendation to council for a program, and we were highly successful in achieving both capital and operating support for a new service because we had a well thought out same sort of principle.
Deputy Mayor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and if I may, through you to the Director Nadon and potentially CAO Gibbon, in this area of protective services and legislative services, I see there's some anticipated increase for licensing fees and so on, I know that I see here that from the previous presentation that we transferred the, I believe the sidewalk seating revenue to urban planning. What I'm bringing up generally is, will we see a bylaw in the new year to review all the fees that we charge, including business licensing, dog tags, additional parking, not paid parking on the street, but maybe our other parking lots? And have an opportunity to review and maybe review the sidewalk seating costs. Is that something that will come to us in the new year and may add additional revenues that maybe aren't anticipated in the budget right now?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Melnick, we have the framework of a rates and fees bylaw, which we've used in the last 6 to 12 months to update some fees. That project is not complete by any means, as in there are lots of fees that are still hidden in individual bylaws. And then this rates and fees bylaw would give council the opportunity to, on a more regular basis, ensure that the increases match CPI or whatever other criteria you might want to decide. I think if that's a priority and something you would like to see, I think whether here or at a committee of the whole meeting, directing administration to come back to you with such a bylaw. And a scope would be helpful. The whole scope of all the municipal bylaws is a pretty big chunk of work. But if there's some fees specifically, you've named a few that you would like to see, I think administration would welcome that direction by motion, whether here at the committee of the whole.
Thank you, Director Nadon. And I think that's for a future committee of the whole meeting in the new year, where, to your point, coming back to administration and for example, having discussions with council as to that philosophy of prices go up, and CPI is maybe one of those measures that we can use on a regular basis to increase our fees because our costs go up. For example, licensing fees for pets. Our bylaw enforcement officers get a raise every year. And so there are costs associated with enforcing those bylaws. I think it'd be prudent for us to maybe get into a regular review of our fee schedules, whether they be in 4 or 5 different bylaws or our actual fee bylaw. But thank you for that. And I think that would be something for the new year that we can tackle.
Anticipating that we might be getting close to motions, and anticipating what one of those motions might be, I have one further question for Director Nadon or potentially for Director Malinchuk. If there is a motion to increase the target revenue amount for paid parking, will that change the visitor paid parking line under expenses? So right now, as I read it, there's roughly $400 and some thousand of paid parking revenue expected to remain within the Protective and Legislative Services Department, and 1.1 million is marked as an expense. So I presume that's going to other departments. It's going elsewhere. If we change the revenue, does all of that revenue, that increased revenue, stay within the Protective and Legislative Services Department, or will a portion of that also go elsewhere?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can take that question. If council were to request that the revenue increase, the revenue would offset the tax increase. So any dollars that you wish to increase it by, it would ultimately lower the net tax requisition that the municipality is presenting. It wouldn't get distributed to other areas. There would be a slight increase in the expense, being that there's a percentage that goes back to the service provider in the amount, they take a percentage off of what we bring in as revenue. So there would be a slight increase there, but it's not that much.
So if the intent was to increase the revenue primarily to cover community contributions to fund local groups, it would all stay within this part of the budget.
Yes, correct.
Thank you for that. Other questions for Director Dawn, or is anybody ready with any motions?
Yeah.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. If there is no further discussion, I would make a motion that committee direct the administration to amend the 2026 Protective and Legislative Service operating budget by increasing the visitor paid parking revenue request to $1.8 million. Start now.
Yep.
Okay.
Accept all friendly amendments and all the things.
Just confirming, as was Deputy Mayor Melnick, that we had the numbers right. So the motion is that committee direct administration to amend the Protective and Legislative Services operating budget by increasing the revenue amount for visitor paid parking to $1.8 million. You wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Hall?
I don't think so. I think I've spoken enough.
All right, we have a motion before us. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Deputy Mayor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you, to both Director Nadon and CEO Given administration. Thank you for all of the discussion regarding this particular topic. It's a broad topic, and with that, I think I look forward to administration finding opportunities of how we can get to that particular number and leave it and support administration taking care of that work, as opposed to us trying to micromanage and try to figure out which stall should be this much and which stall should be that much and which street should have parking. I respect and understand the knowledge that's gained through working with this particular revenue stream and look forward to your recommendations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? I will speak in favor of the motion, potentially a little higher than I might have used, but I didn't make the motion, so there we have it. But I do reflect that we often compare ourselves to Banff, and we all recognize that we are not Banff. But reading in the press this morning that the province intends to build a new Stollery hospital, one of the comments was that it ought not to be built in the designated location because paid parking is $9 an hour. And people won't be able to access the hospital because they have to pay $9 an hour for parking. So we are way below that. That is Banff's rate, and that's City of Edmonton, right near a hospital. It cannot be a shock to our visitors to have to pay for parking, and the indication we have from administration is that even with a more than their modest increase, we are still way below Banff rates and apparently way below Edmonton rates. And it is one of the few opportunities we have to get revenue directly from visitors. And we have always taken a position that, given that we spend over 30% of our expenditures on visitor facing services and infrastructure, visitors should be paying an increased part of that cost, so I will support the motion on that basis. Can I look to anybody else to speak? Councillor Waxer?
I too support this motion and I might have gone a little higher. I think this is, I agree with everything that everyone else has said. And I think in this time, we've got lots of requests from community groups, and all of those community groups, or most of them, would offer value to the visitors as well. And so I think this is an important step forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, I'll give you an opportunity to close.
All I will say is that there's always next budget to go even higher.
Seeing no other hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Before I ask for a motion to potentially accept the protective and legislative services budget as amended, are there any other amendments restricted right now to the operating budget? And if not, I would look for a motion that committee accept the protective and legislative services operating budget as amended. Councillor Waxer, that's your motion. Any debate or discussion, comments? Call question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Takes us to the capital budget. I will look for motions first if there are any to amend, and if there are not, I will relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Melnick, as I have a motion that I would make.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would recognize Mayor Island regarding the motion that you would like to make regarding the capital, well, I'll let you make the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. My motion is that committee direct administration to amend the protective and legislative services capital budget by deleting the allocation to the Fire Smart Residential Incentive Program. If I can speak to that motion.
Go ahead.
My concern is, firstly, the amount I think is low to have any real effect. If the intent is to encourage people with existing cedar shakes to change them out, $50,000 would barely cover one property. If there are 50, would there be an incentive for $1,000? I appreciate that the program hasn't been developed, but it might be something that is developed in the wildfire resilience strategy, and I might be encouraged to look at it again later. But in principle, I have a challenge offering incentive to people who still have houses standing when there is no such incentive to people who have limited capacity to rebuild even what they lost. And that is aside from the ADU program that we have to allow people to add suites. There are people who will be struggling just to rebuild what they had, and to have the neighbors get an incentive to improve their own standing dwellings just seems harsh to me, and not reflective of the hurt that other people are going through. And again, the $50,000, it doesn't seem to me will do much anyway. So if this comes back to us at another time as part of a resilience strategy, I'm quite open to looking at it again. But I struggle to understand how in principle I can support it right now. And perhaps I misunderstand the intent. But it seems to me to be a program aimed at incentivizing people who have existing houses. And although that may save their neighbors, because I understand much of the damage is done house to house. If it is not an incentive to change your roof because your house might burn down, how can we change that incentive with that small amount of money?
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking to other councillors for comment. Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik, through you to Mayor Ireland. I agree with that feeling, that position that you take, Mayor Ireland. I think that there's going to be adequate incentive for people who have cedar roofs just by their own insurance companies. I think there's going to be a big premium paid if you continue to have a cedar roof on your house, given the events that we've seen. Certainly, the incentive should be part and parcel of your own well-being to protect your own home and your family by replacing that roof. Obviously, there's enough data out there to indicate the obvious hazard with that much dry roof on your building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frechette. Other councillors? There being a bit of a pause here, I will speak in favor of the motion made by His Worship, and I will call again if there's any other councillors that wish to speak. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. I'm just trying to understand this motion. I wonder if instead of moving it at all, could it just be moved to 2027 until we get further? I know we're not supposed to ask administration questions once the motion's made, but I just want to understand what this would mean if we completely crossed it right off.
In the preamble and in the motion, Mayor Ireland indicated that this type of incentive could be looked at when the money is being spent. I'm just referencing the particular line item in the wildfire resilience strategy, so that when we do develop an incentive program, not just for residents but businesses and also plan within the community, that it would be all encompassing, and I believe that is the spirit of the motion that His Worship made, and I am putting words in his mouth, but he'll have a chance to close. Councillor Waxer.
I just wanted to support, thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I just wanted to support what Councillor Frechette had said, that on our home, when we replaced our cedar shake roof to metal roof, we did receive a significant reduction in our insurance premiums, and that would have potentially have continued for a number of years. So there is already some incentive, absolutely, to replace your roof.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any other comments by councillors? I'll look to Mayor Ireland, if you'd like to make comments to close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, I appreciate I focused on roofs, and I think trees were also included, and so there might be an incentive for people to remove trees that are close to fences or garages or houses. But again, that incentive should be there generally, and it's challenging to me in terms of overall equity to support financial incentives to those who still have standing houses when we haven't been able to find a way to incentivize those who lost their homes or their businesses or other items. So that is the intent of my motion.
Thank you, and just to ensure that we're all clear, the motion was made by Mayor Ireland to delete the allocation to the Fire Smart Residential Incentive Program in the current capital budget. And I'll ask you a question, all those in favor? And that's carried. Mayor Ireland, do you wish to take over the chair?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mel. I don't have another motion, but I would entertain either any other motions to amend the capital budget as presented or a motion to accept the Protective and Legislative Services capital budget as amended. I see two hands.
You go.
You can-
You choose.
Councillor Hall,
Yep, I'll make
a motion to accept as amended the capital budget for Protective and Legislative Services. We debate on that motion. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. We have been at it for an hour and 40 minutes, I think.
All over 4 hours.
Well played, Deputy Mayor Melvin. I would suggest that it might be time for a bit of a break. It looks like 11 minutes would get us to 3:20. So I will call an 11-minute recess. It is 3:20 and I will call us back into session. Before we begin with the next presentation, we are now at 3:20 p.m. Although our agenda does not indicate an end time for today's session. I understand that on some of our platforms, we indicated that we would be going until 4:30 each day with a break for lunch. I think it's fair to administration in particular that we perhaps fix an end time, and this could be a long and exciting presentation by Director Reed, but I would suggest that we plan to end today's session at approximately 4:30 thereabouts, but that might mean that we don't complete this entirely, and we will then look forward to seeing Director Reed again tomorrow morning. But if that works from administration's point of view, I think some sense of when we're going to terminate today might be helpful. Which also means I would think that we probably won't get to operations unless we move particularly fast. But we won't move at all until I turn it over to you, Director Reed. So I do that now, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland and Council. So yes, in front of you, you do see the community development budget. Our first slide shows, our loose, our overview of our organization chart. And, you'll see the organization chart does, maybe I'll quickly just address the National Immigration Project Manager. That's an external contract we have with the federal government, Immigration, Refugees, Citizenship Canada. And that contract is very straightforward and is very useful to us in a few ways, but is not really operationally significant. It is a net zero contract. They give us we get the funding and we spend exactly that funding to the penny. But if there are any questions, of course, at any time I can discuss what the purpose of that special project or that project manager is. But the 5 areas that you see below are the 5 main, obviously the 5 focuses of the department. So in community development, which we often call community or CD mini, that's the engagement and special projects area of the department. So things like the local immigration partnership, things like community conversations, and things like capacity building exercises. Past successes would be things like the equity, diversity, and inclusion policy, our Indigenous relations framework, the public participation strategy. These are some of those capacity building special projects that area of the department takes care of. Community outreach services, I think, after the many decades of that service in our community, everyone's pretty familiar. However, I will say there are a couple of really important things I want to touch on, which are that we also have another federal contract for settlement services. And given our community's propensity to have newcomers join us, we have found great value in having that particular service in our community. And a point of pride actually for the team is that service has gone so well that we've expanded into Hinton. We are providing regional service on a settlement front in Hinton, which is really delightful. And then that main focus of outreach, where we promote and deliver what is often called the magical mix, the mix of one-to-one services to help people navigate small but significant challenges, or large or small challenges, as well as the idea that programming for our residents to help them navigate their daily lives and the challenges they meet. And that magic mix creates a place where our residents have what we like to think of as a web of support. And so something like a Baby and Me program is great for the education it gives to the parents. It's also great for the relationship it builds with other parents at that similar life stage. And it's also great for the relationship it builds with that outreach worker. Should that parent at that program ever need that outreach worker, they are there. And the corollary of that also works where if you are in a vulnerable state and our outreach team helps you, you would then also be given access or promoted access to all of those programs that help with that daily living. So then we go to childcare services. Of course, the Wildflowers program involves Monday to Friday daycare. It's commonly called daycare, but ours is an early childhood education center. And we also have out of school and summer fun programs also from the Wildflowers area. Again, one of the great ways that our community connects. And, in these first 3 divisions, we connect through community conversations. We connect through the magic mix. We connect through the services at that early stage of life. And then the recreation facilities manager is the arena and the activity center, the parks, and even responsibility for keeping that downtown bathroom clean. But all of these places and the programs we offer within those places are, again, where we get community connection. And so we go to the final area I will stop to say, and we know also that the arena and activity center just went through a major renovation. The arena and activity center, along with the fitness and aquatic center, that major renovation, they are also a major cost center for the expenses of big buildings like that. Big buildings that take utilities, that take staffing, that take all that sort of infrastructure requirements to get open. And they take a great partnership with our friends in operations to keep that facility healthy. So then we go to Fitness and Aquatic Center, and so that facility very well used with the fitness center side as well as the pool side. And so with that big, sort of 5.5 areas that we are responsible for over in community development, we get to depending on what time of year, but roughly averaging 75 FTEs. So that includes casuals, part-times, terms, and full-time staff. So, yeah, seasonally it goes up and down, but the average for a year is between 65 and 75. Then I'll draw your attention, of course, to that big number, $10.7 million operating expense, and that really beautiful pie chart that you've gotten familiar with throughout the day. But our pie chart in recreation and human services, these are not profit centers. There is a reason why there's no, there's a reason why NHL arenas get public sponsorship. They are expensive to build and they cost a lot of money to operate. And I'm really impressed and proud with this pie chart because it does show just how aggressively and how successfully we are in finding other sources of funding. So $4.8 million covered by taxation, 5.9 covered by other sources. Sorry, slide. Sorry. So in this slide, we have the revenue and expenses, and there is, I think, a highlight on every one of these lines. But I'll give you some of these really big ones. So our expenses, $1.5 million expenses, are increased largely due to the debenture, staffing, inflation, or what we call the core costs. And those core costs are fixed for a large part. We have a collective agreement. We've agreed to that contract. And so we will be paying those different staffing rates. We have agreed to the loan to build and renovate that facility. So we will be paying those debentures. And we are trapped by inflation. But it is a thing we cannot control. Over $900,000. I was going to say almost $1 million, but it's not fair. That's 10% off $1 million. But over $900,000 revenue increases, largely due to external funding as well as sales. And maybe actually, as I go through these bullets, I can stop and draw your eye to a few of on the chart to the right. If you do look at Fitness and Aquatic Center as an example, their revenue is up $111,000. And that is because they expect the changes in the staffing structure that they have created to give more programming opportunities and more open hours for public to come in and spend their money at our facilities. So higher service with a higher expectation of revenue in that case. But you'll also see if you go down about midpoint, community development, relief, and support, that is a $500,000 increase in revenue. You'll also see, of course, in expenses that is an in and out. We're fully going to spend that money. It's targeted money for relief and support due to the wildfire. So continuing on, in the arena, we do have one important thing. We're going to complete this staffing and service structure changes that we embarked upon with the retirement of our long-serving and long-suffering former arena manager. And we're almost done all that. We have about $40,000 worth of training and staffing coverage to finish. But once that's completed, so that's a this year expense that you won't see repeated next year. I point out wildflowers here when I could have picked any of them. It's just that wildflowers is really easy to see. So wildflowers increase is $155,000, and it is entirely due to the out of our control things, the cost of food and the cost of staffing. And these are well worth it. These investments in that facility, in that staff and the food program are well worth it. But I wanted you to know that that's a concrete example where there's no service level change that's happening there. And that increase is entirely due to those core costs. We have broken out public participation and Indigenous relations, and we broke those out, and they are also increased in their funding. And the increases are for what are called contractor payments, as well as training. And so those two items, as council, the previous council has worked through the public participation framework and the public participation strategy, Indigenous relations framework, those plans involve changing our performance. And so that's what you'll see there. And we want to pull that out so that you can see directly that those action plans are being activated in this way. And I mentioned this before, but the grants offsetting revenue and expenses to deliver more support to residents. There are several places in here that get us to the, $1.5 million increased expenses, but only $600,000 increased request to the taxpayer. And again, that request to the taxpayer is over 200,000 is the staffing change. Sorry, I have to pull up the file. 200,000 is staffing change. On 180,000 is things like that food I mentioned, the childcare, the increases to our Indigenous framework and the public participation strategy, computer services. When the computers die, we don't really have a choice on that, and some software. And also, we have a van that is largely used by our staff to do their work in the community. And that van, the lease now lives with us because that makes the most sense. So there are things like that that really add up to when I add in the almost $225,000 in debt payments. So that adds up to our $600,000. So I present you a pretty straightforward ask, which is let us keep doing what we're doing with these cost increases that are largely those core costs. Going back to my other screen. And yes, sir, if you want to go to the next slide. I would love it if we didn't have such tiny font, but that is where we are. And so if you wanted to look in your book, maybe to be able to see it more clearly. The first few things in our capital budget for the activity center. I take my glasses off because I'm reaching that lovely age where glasses don't work all the time. So we're going to finish off the kitchen equipment replacement, which is life cycle replacement of equipment. We're going to finish off that Eat parking lot in partnership with, actually, that was a great example of partnership with Urban Design and Standards contributed to that project, as well as Ops, and then our team to get that thing right. And so Ops has really done a great job to bring that home to the level we can use it at now, and we'll finish it off next year. We definitely believe this generator is worth doing, and we have explored all of the other funding sources. The generator was life cycle, not fire damage. It's not a thing we can claim anywhere else. And so it exists as an unfunded thing. We would look to increase the level of service based on the things that have happened in the last few years. We would like to bring that generator up. You will see some of the names of our items get shortened to fit in this tiny font. And we have discussed renaming things so that we can be more clear with you, council, and with the public. And so ventilation and HVAC upgrades, that's largely life cycle. Dehumidification for the curling rink is one item we need to explore fully to make sure whether or not it will reduce the life cycle demands on the whole building before we do it. But as an example of, these are large ticket items, an air handling unit, or as you would think of your furnace at your house. Your furnace at your house is $10,000 to $20,000. Ours are 10 times that, as an easy example. And so you'll see that we know, and actually I'll put a pin in this for a second and say that big project happened. And when the big project happened, we had a large list of things we wished we could do, and we prioritized that project down to what got delivered. But that didn't mean that these needs went away. And so we are still continuing on proper life cycle management, where we are saying, well, because we didn't do it with the project and we asked for it in the project, doesn't mean it went away. We still have to replace the air handling unit above the gymnastics area, as an example. Going down, we now hit the fire stopping in the mechanical room. This is almost because of the project, this was exposed as a need. And so we've got to finish the fire stopping. Tennis court resurfacing, you're familiar with, that the tennis clubs ask. And as that asset is municipally owned, we definitely, on our side, we can see absolutely that it is at end of life. fully support the tennis club in their application and agree with the timing of this project. Security system, we have, you've heard several times that things age out. Our security system at the facility is, I can't even say aging out. It is aged out. We cannot get pieces for it. We cannot get it serviced. And we need to ensure the safety and security of our building. And that's that building for this next upcoming year. We go to grounds. We have that rec center main entrance, planters and seating. That's a smaller impact or smaller item with a large impact, right? We are trying to create a welcoming and inviting space. The Welcome Plaza, as it's sort of becoming known, things like that, we want to ensure we continue on making that space useful and inviting. The dog park relocation project is something that we have been working on quietly in the background because we've been getting more and more concerns brought forward by the residents. And we were able, before the fire, we were able to get Trans Mountain to sponsor or to fund towards that project. And I think without the fire, we would have finished that project this year. But because of the fire and the various challenges resulting from that, even picking the site is now different. So that project exists, it's half funded. We would look to get a two-phased approach just to make sure we could get it done properly. The log cabin, I'm gonna say a couple of years ago, we put the roof on, we fixed the roof so that that asset wouldn't deteriorate any further, but the asset is not being used to its full capacity. And the bathrooms are also aging out and they are not accessible bathrooms. So there are lots of reasons to keep that project on the go. And I skipped into that one only because I missed the fact that we had moved it to 2027. So now going to the arena, or back indoors to the arena, we will finish off those projects. The old ice plant area, hot water upgrade replacement, and the side-by-side that we use for various things there all winter, and ice taking out, and then actually gets sent over, has been getting sent over to ops to use for grounds in the summer. But for 2026, they're replacing the shingles on that 3-bay garage. That 3-bay garage is now where we have either temporarily or forever, depending on how things play out. We have men's shed in there, but we also have some of our assets like the aforementioned Polaris side-by-side that needs to live in that building. And we don't want that building to go in the same way that the log cabin. The arena board gate, that gate is it's actually a very creative design. And with the loss of the company that built it and designed it, it is no longer able to be serviced by anyone else. And so we need to fix that challenge so that we can get the Zamboni in and out, get the ice in and out as needed. And so that's what you see for 2026. Flipping the page, we get to the Fitness and Aquatic Center, and you will see the diving board base that we intended to do this year. We are holding off on that actually because of some of the other things we've got. So anti-entrapment, for those who aren't familiar, anti-entrapment stops a person from being sucked to the bottom if the filtration system is running quickly. And the anti-entrapment standards have gone up basically every few years. And so every few years we are confronted with changing our facility to meet the new standards. We, like over in our friends at Protective and Legislative Services, believe we need an engineering report on a couple of things. And that engineering report is on how we would best attack the remaining items at this facility, including this contentious one. Again, I really wish we could have found a naming convention that would help, but I'll just quickly mention mechanical room fire stopping. Again, the project exposed some weakness in that area, and so as a life safety item, that is really important for us to get that done. But then we go to this one, install and press current cathodic protection in the pool deck. And that's a few words that also represents a larger life cycle replacement item. So again, if I could rename this, it would say pool mechanical life cycle replacements. And it would include something like this current cathodic protection on the pool deck. I know there's been lots of discussion about this. And what we do want to do is bring you through the facility so you can see what that looks like. But what it basically means is it helps us maintain the length of that or the lifetime of that building longer. So without getting into the engineering of it, it's just one of the ways we protect our asset for the long term. Upgrade all mechanical systems for the entire aquatic center is a similar, yeah, so those two items could have been together. But this is what we're trying to do is maintain the asset as long as we can keep it. I've said this to you all before, I think, but we are very lucky in that our facilities have what they would call on the home and garden television, good bones. Our arena, the barn, is incredibly well designed, well built, and should last us for many more decades. The pool, because it was built so long ago, there are structural bits in that pool that are going to help. If we maintain the support of them, they will serve us for many more decades. But it does require that regular maintenance, just like anybody else's house. And so moving to daycare, we've got a few flooring replacements and some bathroom renovation that we want to finish out in 2026. The daycare yard drainage and the daycare expansion and renovations, we will likely put those together so that we're not, wasting any improvements to the yard. We wouldn't do them until we know exactly what the building of the expanded daycare and activity center renovations would look like. So we'll tie those together. But I will say, really, I do want to stop on that item because the space creation grant, as it was originally designed, was not really enough money to make it worth our efforts. But we know, and council is familiar with the early childhood education strategy, more space in this community is crucial. And so being able to get that grant, and I tip my hat to those involved over at the Child Care Center, and I think Lisa Daniel for sure deserves a tip of the hat there. But I mean, we have a lot of funding sources. The Microsoft Office is telling me I don't have access to the file anymore. Anyway, so that's my capital presentation. I've tried to keep it nice and high level, but give you enough background so that you could be prepared to ask me as I'm sitting in the hot seat ready for questions.
Thank you, Director Reed. Questions from councillors? Councillor Pritchett.
Thank you, Mayor Island, and through you, I'd ask Director Reed, the swimming pool in the aggregate and through the cathodic protection around the pool deck and the mechanical systems, that's a total of 1.7 million. Is that, am I reading, or 2.7 million? Is that what I'm reading here? For the two of them?
Your Mayor, through to Councillor Pritchett. So yes, if we add up all the years, you mean?
Just on these two line items.
Yes, for the next 5 to 7 years, we would look at spending that much money. Now, when I mentioned that we have an engineering study, the engineering study, we want to use that study to give us the proper prioritization. You will have seen some of the reports, and some of those reports say you need to do this and this and this and this, but they don't say in what order. And so we very much like to be able to organize this in a better fashion. And part of our new focus with asset management gives us more tools to be able to do that with a more planned approach. But yes, your short answer is that's exactly what we're saying. There's a couple of $1 million of maintenance that needs to be done across that facility. Yeah.
Now, when was the last, we just did a fairly substantial renovation there. What year was that? Did we do that?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Pritchett, the last renovation we just finished, which was a major renovation, did some very good work back of house in that facility. So a bunch of electrical wiring, so the new lighting, things like that, very important work, and gave us the change rooms that were falling apart and were a real Achilles heel in that facility. And so that work was in fact done and was several $1 million worth of work. But it was all largely back of house plus the dressing rooms, change rooms. So the things we're talking about now are the rest of the back of house homes.
So, sorry.
When your point of when we just finished that project, basically, about a year ago, 6 months
Yeah,
ago.
I was gonna say it was fairly recent.
Yeah.
Now, is there any, do you anticipate any increase in user fees for that whole, facility going forward to augment some of these potential costs going forward?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Frechette, excellent question, and we do also have work to do on the fees and charges bylaw, but we did in fact, part of our fee increases are reflected in higher revenue. So we did in fact raise fees, because we had the opportunity and we had the regional data to know that we were undercharging in that facility. And so the drop-in rates have been raised, and we will continue to do that to maintain the funding source of that drop-in revenue.
Is that
Yes.
very robust? If people use it at facilities, it's highly used, I'm thinking.
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Frechette, yes, it is very well used. And in the summer, we do get quite a lot of drop-ins. It is weather dependent some days, but we are, I'm honored to tell you that, so there are two sides to our equation on revenue. One is drop-in. And drop-in, we really target to the visitor. And so, yes, the drop-in rates will seem, if you were a resident saying, why do I have to spend $14, $16 to swim at my pool in my town? That's because that is a revenue source we are trying to maximize. However, the membership side of things, from 3 months, 6 months, all the way up to a year, the memberships is where we target our locals. And we say, yes, this drop-in is expensive and you shouldn't be dropping in, you live here. Here's where your value is, because if you come twice a month, 3 times a month, this thing starts to pay for itself for you. And so, and the twice a month, 3 times a month, I don't have that on the top of my head. I could get that for you, but that's the two angles of our cost, of our revenue generation is we want to bring in membership revenue, but that's about delivering service to our locals. We want to bring in drop-in revenue, and that's about providing the service that visitors need at a price point that helps pay the expenses of that facility.
So year on year, year over year, are both of those clientele, are they going up, or is it static, or how does that look?
Yes. So again, Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Frechette, our membership and drop-in are both going up. Memberships, we just had Moonlight Madness, and we sold more memberships than we, I think, ever sold, but certainly in the last few years. So we are seeing the nice increases again after COVID, Chatham, our recent wildfire. So yes, I can tell you for sure, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I can get them. But I'm really happy to say we're seeing increased usage across the board. When I say that facility, I actually mean the whole hub. So we're seeing more people in the activity center. We're seeing more people in the arena. We're seeing more people in the fitness and aquatic center.
Yes, thank you for that, Director Reid. I just a quick comment. I have family that have come to visit here from Vancouver Island, from the Okanagan, and other places, and they're all very impressed that a little town of our size has a facility of that quality here. And as somebody who uses certainly the hockey rink regularly, I truly love the new expansion and the quality of the build. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frechette. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Just a couple questions to start. To Director Reid, you'd said you'd pulled out and separated Indigenous relations and public participation. Was that line item of special projects from last year? Okay, that's what I thought. The other question I'm looking at, recreational programming and then an outreach worker, are those 2 new positions in the department?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Hall. So yes, recreation programming is absolutely a new position, and that is funded by Red Cross Fund.
Okay.
The outreach program, program is partly externally funded and partly internally funded.
Well, I do have to say that it's great to know that the recreation programming is funded by Red Cross. I would have supported funding that anyways, because I think it's a really important position that we haven't had. I know it's been coming to us since last term, and I'm really happy to see that has been filled. I'm sure Angela's very happy too.
And we are gonna make a note, Mayor Arlen, through to Councillor Hall, make a note of your support for that. When that external funding runs out,
Yeah.
that service will be valuable to the community still.
I do think it's a very important position. I know it's come to us before. I always wish we could fund it. I'm happy it's funded, but I think with our new facility and how busy we are there, it's needed.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through you to Director Reed. I was curious about also the Indigenous relations and public participation. So there is a position that we funded a number of years ago that is, I think it's 1/3 or 1/4 positions. So, but this is providing that position with budget to do to hire contractors or other types of things.
Mayor Arlen, for Councillor Waxman, that's absolutely correct. The separation of that budget is so you can see directly what those two projects require in support. The staffing work is contained in existing positions, yes.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. On that, can you just, I'm sorry if I missed it, but can you just describe the differences in those two? Public participation, individual, like what is public participation?
Mayor Arlen, through to Councillor Hall, that's a great question. I'd love, so public participation is a part of, not a small part, a part of public participation is community conversations.
Okay.
A part of public participation is the idea that when we are going to change budgets, change programs, change services, we would then say to the public, here's where we're going, here's where we're angling towards, here's where we're aiming. Do you have feedback for us? And within public participation, we use the IAP2 strategy. And so there are levels where we do inform, we do consult, we do involve. I'm getting these names wrong because you put me on the spot. And then there's one where we actually can get the public to be participatory in the decision. So in that range, something like, I don't know, I'll pick something like a major park development. As an example, major park change or development, we would say to the community, if we were going to do something like this, what would you see as the highest priorities? What would you see as the things to be afraid of or to look out for? And we would say to the public, in that public participation strategy, which you have, it says we will tell the public what level we're asking for and what we will do with the information. And so when we do the first one, which by my liking should happen next week or the week after, we will see that we will say, here's what we're thinking of doing. We need your input for these exact reasons. So that's public participation. Indigenous relations is entirely very focused on things like ensuring that we have partnerships and relationships with a partner who would then come to the swearing in ceremony and participate with you in that fashion. Ensuring that we have relationships and partnerships in place that would ensure that when it's Indigenous National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, we have partners who are willing to come and help us educate our community on that event, on that day. And I will pause here to say, this has been a growing part of our community, and it's been a growing part of our efforts. And the previous council's strategic priorities, it was a growing part of your goals, of the previous council's goals. And so things like at the beginning, we were very much standing behind parks saying, hey, can we come to your meetings? And now we are at the point where we are holding our own meetings. So we are no longer, I guess, holding the coattails of parks. We are a partner with parks in many cases. National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is a great example. We work with parks to make sure that that celebration meets all of our corporate goals. And we partner independently and together.
Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, one further question is, do you see these expenses as an ongoing, we're likely to see them 2027, 2028?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Waxer. I hate to say this all the time, but you have excellent questions today, Council. And as usual, that is partly why we chose now to separate it out. This council in front of me is going to do strategic planning, and you are going to set strategic priorities. You will determine if this is a larger, smaller, or the same number. But this is not, we don't intend, given our current direction, this would be a constant, if not more, at certain years and times. But this is not a 1 year expense. This is consistent base budget.
Councillor Pichette.
Thank you, Mayor Island. Through you to Director Reed. Just a quick question on the daycare expansion. Is the daycare expansion plan to accommodate more demand in terms of the number of children, or is it just designed to accommodate a daycare facility for the existing numbers that we have there?
Mayor Island, through to Councillor Pichette. Another excellent question. I'm so glad you said that. It's to increase the number of children we can have at that facility. So we expect to do, by target right now, we're saying 20 new spaces. So our childcare center will increase its capacity to serve by 20 children.
That's fantastic. Great to hear. I know I got some of your daycare kids come down and help me water my little trees. They're very cute. I hope to see maybe 20 more. That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Constant.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and through to you, Chris, and the rest of the council. This is it's kind of been just a thought that I had, and it did get brought up briefly that we take care of it, but it's the public bathrooms downtown. Has the previous council ever thought perhaps of kind of a user pay for the public bathrooms? It's something that the residents of Jasper pay for, and they don't use a whole bunch. Myself, I've never been in one of them, and it is something that is done all over the world, like not everywhere, but you pay to use the public restroom, and I'm not saying it'd be a great revenue generator, but perhaps it could cover the cost of cleaning them and possibly even get us the money to build more, because, well, you can never have too many bathrooms downtown. I've answered a lot of tourist questions of where's the nearest one, so just something I'm throwing out there, and I don't know if this is the proper time, but thank you.
Mayor Ireland, but maybe I'll take that one because it actually is a little bit broader than just the downtown washrooms. I think really what Councillor Concert is hitting on is the impact of visitation and demand on municipal services that we have that other communities our size don't have. There's very few communities the size of Jasper that would have such a large public washroom in their downtown area. And it does have ongoing operational costs. We have custodial services that provide regular maintenance to that facility. To my knowledge, we haven't considered sort of a user pay system for that. But it really gets the same sort of principle around parking. I mean, we have high demand on our parking infrastructure. We have costs associated with that. And, it goes on to wastewater treatment plant and many other types of municipal services. Council has sort of looked at opportunities to provide visitors in a way to contribute to those services through paid parking. But to my knowledge, we haven't explored that with the downtown washrooms. If that was something that council wanted to do, that might be a refer to administration for a report back at a future meeting. So there's probably a few different considerations about, what sort of capital costs would be required, or if there's any operational costs that would go along with that. But if council had an interest in exploring that type of idea, it would be a refer it to administration, and we could gather some information and bring it back at a future meeting.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Mayor Island. That's very interesting. Comment, is there a way to track, to administration, a way to track the water usage month over month in that downtown washroom?
Mayor Ireland through to Councillor Hall, I'm pretty confident, but I'd have to check with my colleague over in Ox. I'm pretty sure that has its own meters,
Yeah,
and we could know that. Yes, so it does have its own meters. We could definitely be telling you what it's costing us through the use of utilities and things. And we know, how many hours we spend there cleaning it. CEO given is correct. It does require maintenance, upkeep, and it has been vandalized in the past, and so it's not a free item. It is an expense.
I wonder if that probably has to do with that 30% extra that our taxes go to visitor facing services. That's probably one of the visitor facing services that our taxes go to.
Mayor Ireland, maybe I'll just, to put a point on that. So we absolutely have a custodial cost. I mean, at a very, very basic level, never mind the capital that was invested to build the building in the first place. And eventually when we have to repair or replace something. But at a basic cost, there's our custodial teams that go over and ensure that it's in good working order and ready for people to come in and use. And that's a cost that is borne by the tax base, by taxpayers in Jasper. And it is a service that is, as Councillor Conger said, really only accessed by visitors there, and so it's a really great example of that disconnect between the services that the municipality of Jasper has to provide and the people who benefit from those services. It's really kind of the classic example.
Director Reed, I need your help. I want to understand the page that deals with object type. Page 32 of our bound copy. Under the expense column, financial service charges increased by $225,000 for next year. I'm going to guess, but I stand to be corrected, that's because of the onboarding of costs related to the renovations. So debt servicing. In the capital budget, there seems to me to be an awful lot of items that are debt financed. And yet the increase in financial service charges in 27 and 28 is pretty minimal. Have we found a new source of debt that doesn't charge much interest? But I can't put things together. And of course, I haven't done the math. But just looking at the capital budget, there is a lot of debt for next year and subsequent years. And yet the debt servicing doesn't seem to increase very much.
Mayor Ireland, thank you for the question. I will go first and maybe get augmented, but the short answer is you're 100% correct. And I know from my efforts, I wait until council has approved before I change the future budget to increase, right? If you had direction that said we're not doing any of that, then I don't want to have to go back and take a bunch of money out. That's my philosophy, and I think we've worked that way.
And if that was a nod from Director Malinchuk, then I will let you answer first, and then I'll ask the question.
Thank you. Might add to that. Yes, I agree with you. There's future debt. However, also they're all listed as unfunded at the moment due to more discussion and how things will proceed with council, as well as also not knowing any kind of funding coming forward. We might be able to secure some grants into the future years and whatnot. So at this point, they're unfunded. If we have to secure more debt for especially 2027, if we're not able to get some funding through grant sources and whatnot, then we'll discuss that. But at this point, we're looking at the current year for that debt.
Okay, that's fine, but I guess the reality then from our perspective is that for a 3-year operating budget, depends entirely on what we do on the capital budget. The two are inextricably bound, and so if we approve the capital budget, we are necessarily going to impact the operational budget, but we don't see those numbers. If we were to two things, if we accept debt as a possibility for items in your capital budget, if they get funded through debt, then that changes the outlook on the operational budget for the next 2 years. Is that correct?
Mayor Island, I will say yes, your assessment is correct, and I will say that in addition to what Director Malinchak was talking about, we may find other funding sources. We also might find other efficiencies. And so the last part of this is that next year you'll be looking at the rolling capital, and you'll again have to answer this same question. So as much as this year you're saying, well, I need to look 3 years ahead, you're correct, and you're going to look 3 years ahead next year too. The other things, I don't have this data, but some debentures also finish, and so that changes our equation again. I think most of the community development debentures are long-term, and so in my department, we're not going to see that change, but there's always that rollover.
Right, I'm struggling still a bit. So on your capital budget, starting with anti-entrapment, there are 5 items in a row that are all debt, for example. 2 of them continue for subsequent years. They're not marked unfunded, they're just marked debt. So if they go ahead, they will go ahead through debt funding, correct? And in respect to each, do we need borrowing bylaws, or can they be combined sort of to one borrowing bylaw?
Your worship, the plan would be for the items in 2026 to go through one debenture borrowing bylaw as a major, well, not major, it would go through as a renovation to the rec center as one item. These items would be completed with those funds.
Thank you, and I'll leave it at that's sufficient. Deputy Mayor Melnick, did I see your hand waving?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to possibly Director Malinchak and also to Director Reed. And my question was going to be much along the same lines of where you're going with the debt financing, except I'm going to take a slightly different view of it. And I know exactly how Councillor Waxer feels when somebody asks her question. But looking at the millions of dollars, I use that term millions of dollars because if we've got a project over 5 years, I'll go to the activity center and we have the 1.25 million for ventilation and heating at HVAC, sorry. So that's one project spaced over 5 years. And then we have a couple more projects spaced over 4 or 5 years, one totaling, I'm going to say 1.5 million, the other one totaling approximately 1.25 million. So if we commit in year 26 to start these 3 projects that I've identified with a 4 to 5 year lifespan, we're actually committing ourselves to 5 years of debt and 5 years to complete those projects. And my question would be, and this is why I referred first to Director Malinchak, if we in 2026 are going to say we're going to go ahead with these projects, we're actually committing municipality for the next 4 or 5 years. And will we bring on debt only every year to fund the work for that year. Because there's no sense bringing on $3 million of debt and having it sit in the bank and not use it for the following 3 years. And I think that goes along and consistent with what Mayor Ireland was asking about, that line with the consistent financial service charge. If we're going to be adding $750,000 of debt for 4 consistent years, we're going to have to add service financing charges for each of those years.
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick. Yes, I see what you're saying with the, for instance, the ventilation HVAC upgrades, the 250 over the next few years, 5 years. However, the debt that's listed is just for the 2026 year. We're not looking at the next year's past that. We could be funding that under the local government fiscal framework. We could be looking at funding these projects differently as we go down the line. So the first year is debt. I could be changing the direction and how it's being funded in future years, depending on how much money we have from funding as well, from other sources of funding. So yes, that project, for sure, we should be looking at. You start it, we have to finish it, definitely. But the other ones that are all listed as unfunded, those we could be looking at having funding from other sources support those in future years.
Actually, the two other projects are funded right now, it says on debt. But if we're using other funding vehicles, that means there'll be other projects that we may not have the capacity. If we're taking funding from, and I don't know, use LGFF, may or may not apply in this case. That means those funds won't be available for other projects. So we'll be taking on debt for other projects, which are throughout all the different departments.
So Mayor Ireland, to Councillor Melnick's question or sort of point, that's absolutely true. So administration and Director Malinchuk works with directors to go through and identify and prioritize projects in their relative need in a given year. I think there's a lot of haggling and discussions as well. Do we really need to do that this year? Like, please understand that administration does that on your behalf before we show up at the table. There's a lot of that discussion that happens. And there might be some things that directors think need to happen in 2026 that might not have shown up here as a funded project in 2026 because we really are trying, and Director Malinchuk in particular is trying to engineer something that is rational, that has the lowest impact possible on the taxpayer. And lowest impact possible on taxpayer says maximize grants to the best effect that you can in any given year. Reduce future debt costs, like don't take on debt too early if not necessary. And so there's a lot of engineering that goes on in there, and it does mean that there are some trade-offs. There are some items that are on the unfunded list, right? There are items that you can see administration acknowledges need to be done at some point. We've made some judgment calls. Well, that one can wait. So we're going to put it forward to some future year, not next year. And it may be unfunded at this point because we're not quite sure how we're going to pay for it. On items like, these multi-year facility improvement projects that are listed as debt, I think maybe there's a little bit of nuance, and this is what Director Malinchuk was saying is, yes, the 2026 year is proposed to be funded under debt. The 2027 year, though, that's not necessarily the case. She may find that there's another more advantageous way to fund that project, and it may involve trade-offs. And you're exactly right. There's only so much money to go around. Municipality only has so much debt capacity, and there are more needs and wants, but more, than we have capacity for. So there is some of that engineering that happens, and there are some types of projects that make more sense for debt or a debenture or a mortgage, if we want to think of it that way. We don't typically put a mortgage on things that have a less than a 10-year lifespan, and we really would prefer to see things that would have a 20-year plus lifespan. It doesn't make sense to get a mortgage on your, on a short-lived asset. So that's the type of work that the finance and admin department does in consultation with the rest of the team. There is, and we had this discussion, about some of these larger projects that are over multiple years. There is a case to be made to say, rather than spreading out $1 million project over 4 years, maybe that should be $1 million project in a single year, or maybe over 2 years, right? And I'm not sure that we really settled on the feasibility of some of these things, saying it would be better just to do a larger project all at once. We appreciate the community. The things that we thought about were the financial engineering and sort of having a nice, rather than a whole bunch of ups and downs, $1 million project 1 year, no projects the next year, right? And the $1 million project and so on. I think the attempt is to try to smooth the finances by spreading them out consistently over multiple years. But also, we appreciate that there's been, the community hasn't had great access to the facility while we've been under the last major renovation. And so we've had some discussions about what's the community's tolerance for closures. Is the community ready for another multi-million-dollar renovation all in 1 year? And I think what you're seeing here is administration saying, probably not in 2026. But at the same time, we know that those assets need continual reinvestment. And so if council were to say, hey, we might want to take a pause for 2026 and combine 2026 and 2027 dollars into one larger project in 2027, that's a reasonable strategy as well. But it does cause a little bit of that peaks and valleys in terms of the finances. Not necessarily bad, just different. Again, you're seeing sort of a consensus recommendation from the team. The overarching thing that I would say is this reflects the fact that our facilities, our major facilities, need ongoing reinvestment. And we can do that in big shots, peaks, and then get a few years of valleys of no reinvestment, or we can do it in a stable, steady sort of approach. And that's really what you're seeing in the recommendation in front of you.
Thank you, CEO Given and Director Malinchuk. I appreciate the explanation and the view of how debt is applied or how other funding is applied. And also the discussion about, I guess, the philosophy of how we do capital projects in relation to not just financing, but also disruption to the community. And do we choose to have a little longer or a longer disruption to complete a project, or do we have a smaller disruption in 4 subsequent years, I guess is what I'm kind of hearing.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Because I seem to get this question a lot in the community. Are you able to give any details on the dog park relocation plan? Your favorite conversation.
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Hall, we are currently drafting a strategy, even just as short as 5 years ago, sort of off-leash parks, as we would call it properly, but we all know we're talking predominantly about a dog park. The sort of state of the industry was, in essence, what we have. A big area, sometimes you fence off a small area for small dogs, but it's a big dog park. It's sort of one big thing. And certainly in the last little while, the ideas have gone to more focused, smaller parks. And what our plan is right now, given a budget that gets approved so we can go forward, would be to create one, at least a small temporary pilot project to get some relief for dog owners in this community. And we also have many anecdotes that there are many residents right now, what we are commonly calling coping through canines. We have lots more pets in this community right now, and we want to take that need and address it as best we can. So in much the same way we would create a park if there was, in much the same way we put up disc golf holes at Centennial Park, because we knew there were people who wanted to do it and we could do it. That's where we are with budget scope and authority with the dog park. So the capital expense is for fixing the problematic existing dog park we believe, working with ops, that we can also augment that, given some public consultation with some smaller, almost zero cost events, very low cost events. So we would put up a park all winter, we would gather feedback all winter, and we would make our future decisions based on that feedback. But taking the park off Trans Mountain's right away is our goal, it's Trans Mountain's goal, and it's the residents' goal. So finding a place where that permanent larger park lives with better access for visitors, better access for residents, and more safety. The Trans Mountain Pipeline is a disturbed site, and so sometimes things grow out of the ground that aren't conducive to poor puppy paws. And so we want to get to a place where the dog park is a healthy, happy, community supporting place. That's our goal. The reason you see it in this year's budget is because Trans Mountain has given us the money and we have a need. So budget, scope, and authority are all there. How we do it best is partly up to public participation and a good engagement event.
Thank you very much for that. Feedback I have heard is that a park for smaller dogs would be helpful. And the dog park is a space that dogs go and play, but it's also a space where residents stand around with their coffees and chat and connect. And but when we were living in interim housing close to the dog park, I was there a few times a day, and yeah.
Continuing with capital budget, Director Reed, I just had a question about the Jasper stage heaters and retractable wall, way out in 2030 and unfunded. Maybe we will sometime find another corporate donor. That facility has been there now for several years. It was always the intent that we would have retractable walls on the back and the sides and heaters, and seems to me that it would make that space eminently more usable for a longer period of time. And there are lots of people and the community which will benefit from more use of Commemoration Park. If there is to be a borrowing bylaw, I think I added up all the debt financed things on this list for 2026. It's 1.2 million or something like that. The stage heaters and retractable walls are way off in the distance, $225,000, which by 2030, if that's today's number, who knows what it'll be. Would it be conceivable to advance that and roll it into a borrowing bylaw for all these other items that are going to be debt financed? I mean, it just seems a waste to leave that facility in the state it's in. By the time we ever get to it, with climate change, we'll need coolers, not heaters.
Mayor Arlen, thank you for the question. And there are two parts to this. Of course, council is allowed to and not allowed to. It is your job to advance or slow things down. So yes, it could be done. We have not had any sort of design or product or supplier that has made that a clear ask for us. So part of our problem is we don't have a design. We don't know what it looks like to make that happen. And so without it being in the capital budget, we have not done the design work. And yes, every user of that space says it gets pretty windy sometimes. Dark sky would love to have some heat up there. Absolutely. And given the prioritization that you're all working through right now, this is what our best guess as to how we should proceed. If we got that one slightly off, I would gladly take feedback from council that says to move that higher priority. That would be great.
The second part of that question is it legally permissible to roll debt financing for that standalone project into a bylaw for other debt accumulation? Could we do that? Will we need a standalone bylaw for something like that.
Mayor Ireland, you know, that's something administration to have a solid answer. I'd like the chance to go away and come back. We could take a recreation facilities improvement borrowing bylaw 2026, conceivably, right? Which would do a collection of things. So one bylaw that would undertake borrowing to do a number of different capital improvements to different recreation facilities. That's possible. I'm not sure if that's exactly what Director Malinchuk was imagining, but certainly that is a facility that is adjacent to the other rec facilities. If the types of, now we would want to be cautious that we weren't borrowing for an asset that would have a shorter lifespan than some of the other ones, right? Like you don't want to start to roll up your carpet in your mortgage, you know, like you're, because your carpet's going to wear out faster than your house, right? And so we'd want to be a little bit careful about that. But there's no reason that we couldn't roll together different projects that I'm aware of. Again, we could maybe take that away, come back. We certainly would ensure that we had done that research before we brought forward the bylaw.
Thank you, Bill. Other questions for Director Reed, either about the operational budget or the capital budget? Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Honor, and through you to CEO Giffen, would looking ahead in the in our package, we have the debt limit projections. Does that include the debt we would incur by taking on these projects in 2026?
Your worship, through Councillor Waxer, yes. So the 2020s, the one you're looking at includes the 26 projects as they're listed as debt funded. Does not include 27 going forward.
If there are not further questions of administration, Director Reed in particular, I would look for firstly any motions with respect to the operating budget, that is to amend or to accept. Councillor Pritchett.
I move that committee accept the community development operating budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Pritchett. Anybody wish to speak to the motion or we debate motion? No hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Similarly then with respect to the capital budget.
Yeah, thank you. I move that the committee accept the community development capital budget as presented.
Thank you for that motion again, Councillor Pritchett. For debate or anybody who wishes to speak to the motion, I see no hands. All those in favor? They're not opposed. That was carried. So we said we would try and get through this by 4:30. I've been beyond.
Way to go, Chris.
That means that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we will commence with operations and utilities. We will then do reserve and debt, and then community group referrals from committee. I just wanted to make one observation and stand to be corrected. That my recollection was that when we heard from community groups, I made a motion that we consider $10,000 for the Legion for immediate repairs to the cenotaph, and I don't see that. And so I would just ask that somebody remind us that tomorrow, that is one of the requests that should be on our motion list.
Sorry, sorry.
Unless it's there somewhere.
I thought I did too. Yes, Mayor Ireland, we absolutely can speak for that tomorrow in the operations presentation. Administration's recommendation though is that committee direct administration to amend the operations operating budget with an additional $10,000 for cenotaph maintenance. So really saying if council wishes, we understand the importance of protecting the cenotaph in its current condition. Well, there's some time to think about a larger project. We're suggesting that, and up for discussion tomorrow, the operations department can handle that in-house. It may need some extra resources because it wasn't accounted for in their budget. And so we can support the Legion in doing that maintenance, prepared it to keep the cenotaph in its current state, while discussions about a larger project are ongoing. We can discuss that tomorrow, but there is a recommendation for that, I think, in the motion, to recommend a motions list. Joe in the power.
Okay. I see only one for 240,000 in the capital budget, but you did.
That's because it's not under the community group requests.
Oh.
It's under the administrative operating. budget.
Oh, I see.
So we're saying, rather than giving the Legion $10,000, saying good luck to you.
Got it.
We said, we can take care, we understand the need, we can take care of that in the house, but we have to need a little bit of resources to do that.
Understood. I was thinking it was still under community groups. I see the subtle change. Thank you for that. All right, another procedural question. Do we just stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow? This is all one meeting. I won't have to call it order again. I think that was the best way to do it. So we're going to recess now at 3:34 p.m. and we will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, which shortly feels November 26th.
3:34 or
4:35. All right, it's recess time. Recess. Thank you all. It's been a really productive day. Thank you.